But that's it. What is good about what that person is doing is that all the most of the voices of the people are still there. Because I wanted to give to another level. In scholarly something I don't try. I love but I'm still angry about it, but let's see what something. And then he said, I said, my last chapter of my says, I said, so many voices of my people. He said, you can't repeat it. All the preachers can go right to this page. But I said, no, this is first person, this is my experience. That's what he's going to do. But they choose. So I understand even one white woman, so she really enjoyed
Thank you so much.
I'll just try to tell you that once you approach the mic, you can just say this because once you start the audio, you should chat up. So I just give it 5.
the program is still the same. And then, because we must leave early today.
But let me just suggest this. Because we have also the round tables.
The round tables can continue. What I'm saying is time must be managed because people are tired. This is 2 full days and this is their Saturday. So really, it's
So maybe we can merge instead of having 2 functions around.
yeah, to everyone. And give our
just say those remarks. Yeah, and he'll be part of the right team. Because the team wants to so that we can take this guy around. Yes. Yeah. Because once
I also have to call you before
yeah, sure. So, Michael has lost his looks, but we will rely on his mind. That's not a good piece of information. Well, I believe you're going to go to mind here. I do think that will come, but not now. It is given now. As soon as you look and you can move your mind, no problem. You can dispense with it. Yeah, no, I think you can.
But you know, this, I don't have time, you know, because to live in our Montana, we are trying to regenerate. You can't allow things that you say, you know, before you came, liberation closing. I don't know how you put it together, but it's like, oh, you give us what it is. Let's move forward. So I'm busy trying to get just writing the definition. When they get to us, and then after we ask them to come and do areas, so that we can say, what how is it? Oh, right.
That's true. Sanbonani, Mulweni,
Recording in progress.
Huimora. Good morning. I'd like to welcome you especially to the beginning of the program for the last day of what we can all testify to as a truly exciting convention, conference, colloquium, symposium, gathering, even church. So at some point, if the words come out of my mouth, if I say Bazalwan, you must understand. Before we proceed, I just look this way, please, if you can. Lovely sunshine, isn't it? The Vice Chancellor did say on Thursday that she wishes us sunshine, brightness. And this is one of the most beautiful aspects of the beautiful province, the beautiful country, the beautiful continent we live in. Good morning once again. As you must have noticed, there's going to be a little change. Of course, we haven't started at 8:30 as we proposed. But again, I repeat what we said earlier. These apparent delays and changes are occasioned by developments. We're trying to manage things as we go. They are not deliberate. We are not deliberately flouting the schedule. I just want you to know that. And I thank you for your understanding and your patience. This morning, the changes include a different speaker from the one indicated on the program. Arrangements were in place for that speaker and that topic, but changes had to be made. And we are going to have Professor Sinfree Makoni instead, and his topic would be looking at multilingualisms from the global south. But we are going to try to keep to the schedule as much as possible, so we are going to carry on until, his presentation will carry on until 9:30, after which we will take the round table. And instead of having two parts of the round table, the plan is now to, as we did yesterday, is to merge both to have one round table, hopefully before coffee, so that when we return from coffee, we will have the reflections, propositions, and resolutions, and closure. So we will do our best to do this. And for now, I would like to welcome the chair of this morning's session. We'd like to thank Prof. Makoni for being online with us. We'd also like to recognize, with apologies, we had not recognized the spouse of Professor Ajiman. She has been with us. So we have Mrs. Doreen Ajiman. Just wave a little hand. She's seated. Yes, she has been with us since Thursday. Welcome, ma'am. And so without further ado, I have the continuing pleasure to invite another one of our stars to chair this session. And that's none other than Professor Vuyokazi, Nomlomo, DVC, Teaching and Learning, University of Zululand. I expect you to clap a lot now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. One of us, Dr. Akpome. In the interest of time, I don't want to eat on Professor Makoni's time because he has to finish at 9:30. Good morning once again, and I want to greet Prof. Makoni online. Prof. Makoni was introduced yesterday, so we all know him, so I'm not going to introduce him. But just to say that he's been involved since the beginning of this conference. And you will remember that yesterday, he participated quite actively. And I think, Shem, he must be tired because he spent the whole day with us yesterday. And also this morning, he's coming to deliver some paper to us. So just as a recap, you'll remember that yesterday, he shared with us in his first presentation on the role of African Studies Forum in shaping scholarship globally. And I think you'll remember when he talked about texts and the significance of those texts in the wake of decoloniality. And he came back to be part of the panel that we had yesterday. And the theme of the panel was the politics of global academia in the age of decoloniality. And he shared his experience, and we had quite a very robust discussion around those issues. And we all know that Prof. Makoni is a professor in applied linguistics and African studies at the University of Pennsylvania. And you will see that all his research addresses issues of language, whether it's about age or it's about stroke, but he looks at them from the perspective of a language. And this morning, as a language expert, as a linguist, Prof. Makoni is going to present to us or talk to us or share his experiences about multilingualism from the Global South. Welcome, Prof. Makoni. Once again, we are very thankful that you are spending your time with us this morning. And I'll hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. What I'm going to try and do this morning is I'm going to try and focus our attention on multilingualisms from the Global South. What does this mean? And then I'll explore the political and educational implications of looking at multilingualisms or Southern multilingualisms from the Global South. The presentation is a continuation of a series of collaboration that I've had with a colleague over the last 2 decades, going back to our first book entitled Disinventing and Reconstituting Language, which was followed by a series of publications on the same topic. And 2 years ago, we published another book connected with this called The Challenges to Applied Linguistics from the Global South. And before the end of the year, we have 2 more books that continue with this particular story that I'm going to be talking about. But the question that you may ask, what's the fuss about this? And that's what I'm going to try and explore. This is the argument I'm making here is part of the story that I've been telling myself and my friend Alistair Pennycook over the last 2 decades. Across the fields of socio and applied linguistics, there is a general agreement that multilingualism is and always has been the global norm. While this was news in the global north 30 years ago, and an important corrective to narrow understandings of language that assumed monolingualism as the norm, it has now become a sociolinguistic truism. Multilingualism viewed from this perspective is an indomitably good thing, and not, as it was sometimes assumed before, a problem or an aberration. And from this perspective, the task of the linguists, sociolinguists, applied linguists, and educational linguists is to enhance the understanding and practices of multilingualisms. To view multilingualisms from the global south, however, we are going to be arguing here, involves more than just moving beyond monolingual assumptions. One of the important challenges that Southern theories throw up for socio and applied linguistics is the realization that linguistics has deep roots in coloniality, as Roger Gopolan would put it. More broadly, we need to understand, as we talked about yesterday, how disciplinary knowledges, Western academic knowledge, and disciplines such as anthropology, linguistics, economics, political science, and history, as Bambara and Homewood put it, developed during and as part of the colonial process. The current challenge to decolonize these disciplines, co-occurring with calls to decolonize universities across the globe, are provoking major battles over whose knowledges should count, as Bambara et al. Put it. The development of an understanding of language and of speakers is therefore to be understood in the context of the systematic denigration of alternative forms of knowledges. The calls for decolonization of different disciplines should be seen as part of the development of knowledges of the South and the search for emancipatory possibilities, as Bonaventura dos Santos puts it. A first step linguistically is to look at far more context of Southern multilingualisms, for more Southern scholars to look at more Southern languages. This widening of the research agenda is, however, not enough without a more extensive reworking of the frameworks through which languages are viewed. If we start with the emerging sociolinguistic truism that languages are social inventions, and as Love and Ansel put it, languages are not natural objects, it is evident that what languages are and how they are used together must be embedded in local social and cultural frameworks of reference. Recent scholarship that insists that multilingualisms have to be seen as more than the sum of their parts often overlook the point that such ideas have long circulated in the global South and fail to grasp the need to focus on multilingualisms not as a collective phenomenon, but as an idea in need of pluralization. The immediate relevance of sociolinguistic concepts such as multilingualisms thus becomes suspect in diverse contexts. Multilingualism from such a perspective is therefore not a universal category. Indeed, the very idea that multilingualism could refer to the same thing in diverse contexts of communication is indeed an absurdity. The concept of the global South is, however, not a straightforward one, as we pointed out yesterday. It should not be conflated with the geographical South, land south of the equator, though there are major overlaps that involve colonial, economic, and political histories. Much of the geographical South has been impoverished and marginalized by the geographical North. The global South excludes regions of relative wealth in the geographical South, much of Australia and New Zealand, for example, and includes indigenous and disenfranchised regions and people of the geographical North, sorry. It is a geopolitical idea rather than a geographical region. The concept of the global South also emphasizes forms of knowledges, ways of thinking and being that have been spanned by narrative and institutions of the global North. All knowledges are socio-historically situated and local, and they have to be understood in relationship to capitalism, patriarchy, and colonialism. Southern perspectives are concerned with the re-engagement with languages, cultures, ways of being and feeling and thinking that have long been subjugated. Various doubts, however, have been expressed about the usefulness and vagueness of the term. For Walter Minolo, for example, both the East and the West dichotomy, which according to him is based on a Christian colonial division of the world, and the North-South dichotomy based on the Northern analysis of global inequality, are frameworks we need to step beyond. Tommaso Milani, for example, similarly sees the very act of using this spatial, socio-cultural, political, and historical position as creating a problematic binary between North and South, suggesting necessary conditions in the one and not in the other, and excluding certain forms of analysis. Although the North-South distinction draws attention to some key concerns, it can be a clumsy dichotomy, we confess, that might be better reconceptualized by ideas such as marginalization or decoloniality. The Global South has also been conceptualized, according to Jane Gordon, in terms of what she calls the global blackness, treating blackness as a continuous category which includes both people of African descent, Afro-Brazilians, Afro-Argentinians, African-Americans, and other minorities who identify with people of African descent in their political struggles. The notion of global blackness treats blacks who are part of the Global South as situated in neo rather than in post-slavery conditions, treated as expendable commodities. It is also important to understand the Global South is always plural, as we have pointed out in our recent books. It is not a term intended to address commonalities so much as a commonality of struggle. Decoloniality may similarly have radical different meanings depending upon the geopolitical context, from North American concerns with social justice and emancipation, from contemporary enslavement to South African efforts to contain and reverse the continuing legacies of economic apartheid, or from the Eastern European focus on state socialism to other European concerns with whiteness. Acknowledging these concerns and alternatives, we nonetheless find the notion of Southern perspectives as articulated by Santos and others a useful way of addressing not only global inequalities, but also the failure to recognize the contribution of the Global South to the Global North and how the South may bring insights into the problems which are affecting the Global North. In our presentation, we focus on Southern multilingualism. We argue that ontologically, the pluralization and enumerability of languages may not be a useful way of capturing diversity because it is confusing arithmetics with sociolinguistics. Enumerability is a global North ideology and a defining feature of modernity, where numbers are a category used by the state apparatus. Counting languages and speakers is a strategy of management by the state, framed as objective and not expected to differ cross-culturally. From an ontological perspective, however, certain domains of experiences, language, people, water, may be categorized differently with respect to their accountability. The straitjacket of monolingual thought is not therefore so easily discarded. Monolingual mindsets go far deeper than favoring monolingualisms over multilingualism or viewing multilingualism in monolingual terms. Both concepts emerge from the same intellectual context. The issue at stake here is a set of deep-seated language ideologies that are in need of much more profound decolonization. We need, instead, we argue, models that question the very foundations that underpin such linguistic simplifications. Research that looks at different ways of understanding language, that takes on board Southern insights about what we call language chains, communicative repertoires, and the need to pluralize not so much languages as the notion of language itself. It is time for more sophisticated models that capture as far as possible the full panoply of contexts in the global south, from urban to rural, formally educated to informal, contemporary to historical. Now we shift to language invention. Many students in the early years of schooling in different parts of the world, though particularly more so in the global south, attend school without knowing that they are multilingual. Being multilingual is something they discover at school through a radical process that alters their self-perception and identity when pedagogy forces them to discover languages as separate entities, as languages as hermetically sealed units. Pedagogy often entails teaching a very specific view and understanding of language. In such cases, pedagogy creates objects. Language is reinforced by the presence of subjects like English, Shona, Yoruba, Tree, etc. on the timetable, alongside mathematics, biology, health, and science. The Northern understanding of multilingualisms as multiple monolingualisms insists on ideas such as mother tongue or medium of instruction, so that African languages which have existed side by side for significant periods of time historically, complementing each other in multilingual symbiosis, are suddenly cast as competing for spaces, as Felix Banda puts it. We have written at length elsewhere, Maconin, Pennycook, 2007, 2012, 2020, etc., and the story goes on, about languages as inventions and the need to engage in a project of what we call disinvention as part of a critical language project. Our point is that part of any project to rethink multilingualisms from the South cannot simply start afresh from a blank slate, but must rather engage with the dominant modes of thought and investigate how they came about and why they are flawed. If a goal of decolonial thinking and doing in linguistics is to de-link from epistemic assumptions that have come to define languages and their use, then we need to understand those modes of thought, how and why they developed. We cannot engage with Southern projects without establishing what it is that we're trying to supersede. We cannot proceed with a Southern project without acknowledging the deep connection across ways of thinking. As Salikoko Mfweni puts in comments, the idea of decolonial linguistics, and I quote him here, entails reducing the Western bias and hegemony in how languages of the global South and sociolinguistic behaviors of their speakers and writers are analyzed. Although what such a project entails will obviously radically differ across decolonial projects. At the same time, spending too long engaged in a project to unravel Northern concepts of language runs the danger of engaging yet again with internal Northern dialogue. So we are going to briefly raise these issues and move on. A number of theoretical positions coalesce around a critique of languages as discrete, unified natural systems. Prominent among them is the position in integrational linguistics that the idea of language is a myth. As Roy Harris remarks, linguistics does not need to postulate the existence of language as part of its theoretical apparatus, close quote. Once we make communication central to our thinking, languages become a variable extra. First order activities refer to real communicative activity, including a whole range of bodily resources that are assembled and coordinated in languaging events, together with extra bodily aspects of situations, environmental affordances, artifacts, technologies, and so on. It is the process of rendering first order activities as users of language amenable to contemplation and inquiry conducted by means of language that leads to the abstraction of languages as second order objects and as decontextualized reifications, which we recognize as linguistic units. Put differently, it is not language that precedes communication. It is language that is a consequence, a product of communication. The notion of language we proceed to argue in our publication is a recent culture-specific notion associated with the rise of European nation-states and the Enlightenment. The notion of language makes little sense in most traditional societies. Before anthropologists and linguists visited indigenous communities, for example, in South Australia, people engaged in fluid speech practices and arguably did not have or indeed need the concept of a formalized language. Language in this sense is part of an imposed Western analytical framework that is underpinned by a scriptist notions of the primacy of the written word over speech. Silverstein, for example, makes a similar point, suggesting that the idea of language as a bounded system, discrete from other bounded systems, was never evident, for example, among the Worora people in Northwestern Australia. The centrality of Eurocentric monoglot concepts of language, mother tongues, native speakers, suggests that what is passed for a science of language, this is linguistics, over the past 150 years has been little more than an exercise in cultural and ideological projection. Colonial authorities and missionaries shared a territorial logic that was similarly inscribed in colonial linguistic work, presupposing mappings of monolithic languages onto demarcated boundaries. Ethno-linguistically homogeneous groups were then naturalized within these boundaries as ethnicities, tribes, etc., etc. Linguistics can be regarded as a small rather than special group of colonial agents who adapted European letters to alien ways of talking, and by that means devised the necessary conduits for communication across lines of colonial power. As a result, the description of language was intimately linked to the wider colonial emphasis on human hierarchies, so that the intellectual work of writing speech was never entirely distinct from, as Errington puts it, the ideological work of devising images of people in zones of colonial contact, close quote. The process of inventions happens at multiple levels in multiple contexts. The notions of languages as entities linked to nations, ethnicities, peoples, and territories is first of all transported into unfamiliar places. The local linguistic chaos is then sorted out to fit languages into categories of people where extra work is needed. Languages are specially created and renamed to fit preferred linguistic conditions. Menham points out that prior to the Spanish invasion, for example, the Quechua in South America did not need a construct of language. Indeed, like many other communities, they did not have specific names to refer to what they spoke, and thus Quechua emerged as a product of colonial conquest. Once this sorting out has been achieved, this invented world of languages and ethnicities is reported as if it were an objective reality that has always been in place. Many languages, for example, Shona, Igbo, Yoruba, etc., had different meanings prior to colonial encounters. And what was understood by many people as their language was simply their description for how they spoke. Language descriptions cannot be abstracted from the colonial imperatives to control, subdue, and order. The descriptions of languages, whether these are grammars or dictionaries, therefore, have to be seen not so much as a scientific division of language spec along natural lines, but rather as a colonial project in the defining and dividing of colonized people. As Judith Ivan and Susan Gall described, the process of linguistic description, for example, of the Senegalese languages in the 19th century by European linguists created ways of languages that were mapped and narrowed, for example. Right. The way these languages were identified, delimited, and mapped, the way their relationships were interpreted, and even the way they were described in grammars and dictionaries were all heavily influenced by an ideology of racial and national essences. It was through the introduction via European colonialism, for example, in Indonesia, of the idea of language that the old word bahasa came to articulate this newly acquired concept. The adoption of a pre-existing word in East Asia to articulate a new concept from modern Western Europe helped make the concept appear universal, as Haranto observed. Since language was taken to be a universal human property, other species or entities such as trees or land were denied the capacity to communicate among themselves through transspecies pigeons. It was also assumed that the word language or the local words such as Bahasa that came to be used as translations of this concept likewise referred to a shared linguistic property tied to a nation and culture in similar ways. In Malay and Javanese, for example, the two most widely spoken and influential languages in Indonesia, there was no word for language. More importantly, there was neither a way nor a need to express it until the latter part of the 19th century, as Haranato reminds us. This newly introduced concept of language replaced vernacular understandings of language and how language worked, introduced people to a newly nationalized and racialized word and world order. The process of invention transforms dialogical and heteroglossic material into monologic text, as Jan Blomert would put it. The invented linguistic artifacts were textualized into a wide range of genres, grammatical outlines, grammatical sketches, word lists, orthographies, and so on. In this codification process, the serious complexities of different sociolinguistic contexts were reduced through the technical apparatus of monological sociolinguistics into what the Indian scholar Dasgupta calls equally serious simplicities. Shona in Zimbabwe, for example, was created on the basis of a two-stage process. First, a codification of dialects associated with different missionary stations, and second, the unification of dialects by colonial linguists. The process of standardization, sometimes erroneously assumed to be a process of just choosing between extant varieties, has always been one arm of the invention project. African languages were standardized largely by outsiders without direct involvement of the local population, except as informants, based on a series of texts, folklore, and narratives, with the objectives of producing bilingual speakers of European and African languages. In this slide, it is not just European languages that are colonial artifacts, while African languages remain indigenous tools of authentic expression. Standardized African languages that were constructed on the basis of linguistic templates whose origins were in European languages and whose purpose was African-European bilingualism are also colonial artifacts. Uncritical advocates of standardized African languages in the name of mother tongue education may thus serve as a retrospective legitimation of the colonization of these languages. Beck, for example, draws attention to the contemporary effects of such inventions, particularly in the case of ongoing controversies among different stakeholders, for example, to Afrikaans at the University of Stellenbosch and the status of Kiswahili as the language of internal communication at a Tanzanian university. The emergence of invented languages, she points out, is a result of an existential onto-epistemological dislocation, stabilized through the hegemonic project of colonialism. Within Europe, for example, Cecile Canuti shows how the current ethnicization of the Roma results from a historical process based on the reinvention of a Roma people and the Romani language. Such examples direct our attention not only to the colonial invention of languages, but also to the ongoing process of descriptive othering. Multilanguaging, multilingual fracas, and remixing multilingualism. It is now much less controversial to suggest that languages are inventions, as it was when we first made the case, or at least in a milder version of this idea that languages are social constants. The implications of this insight, however, that not all people have a language or languages in the sense in which the term is currently used in English has not been fully appreciated. This construction of language itself as an all or nothing affair remains lessly appreciated. Sabino, for example, argues that language ideology that has congealed over many centuries promotes an unwarranted belief in uniform grammatical systems and the normalcy of monolingualism, grammaticality judgments, a congruent model of linguistic and ethnic racial identity, lists and enumerations of language, and a host of questionable constructs, including bilingualism, code switching, first languages, language death, fossilization, interlanguage revitalization, native and non-native speakers, world Englishes, and so on. Languages themselves are excellent examples of 19th century social and scholarly invention in Europe and colonial context. What is clear, however, is that people, particularly indigenous and marginalized people, fighting battles for land, food, health, jobs, autonomy, and less incarceration, often organize political resistance around cultural and linguistic identities. What use is it to claim, somebody may argue, that languages are invention? To say that languages are invention is to point both to specific processes by which particular languages have been created out of the range of speech styles and resources available across communities, and to the general processes by which the notion of separate languages has been produced in conjunction between political and academic work on languages. This does not mean they do not exist. Like many aspects of social life, they are socially constructed, such as gender and race. They exist in social life and they have major implications, particularly in forms of discriminatory practices based around the distinctions of these ideas. The point, as Garcia makes clear, is that languages do not exist outside the socio-political forces that produce and maintain them, but the abyssal thinking, as Santos puts it, that divides languages up along bounded lines, co-articulates with the racial linguistic ideologies that perpetually stigmatize the language practices of racialized bilingual students. The disinvention argument, therefore, is by no means aimed at destabilizing liberatory projects based around languages, but rather at creating opportunities for struggles over knowledge about language to produce new ways of thinking. Treating languages as socially and historically constructed provides space and latitude for social and political change, and takes cognizance of individuals' social and adaptive strategies, as well as their resistance to some constructed languages. If indigenous languages are socially constructed through a complex interplay of philosophy and politics, they are akin to other constructs such as customary law, which is a form of codified traditional law rather than any naturally occurring tradition. This does not mean that a struggle for language rights is no longer possible. Rather, it depends on what one is struggling to do, when and for whom. As long as colonial definitions, categories, and methods are imposed onto indigenous language work, language projects will continue to be unsuccessful in terms of not providing either expected linguistics or broader social, cultural, and economic outcomes, and to be viewed with suspicion by local communities. In order to develop more successful language reclamation projects, as Leonard argues, we therefore need to come back to discussion about what are the various steps that we have to take in order to decolonize linguistics. Where then do we turn in search for the alternative ways of thinking about language? While plural monolingualism is consistent with a model that renders it possible to choose between languages, alternative ways of conceptual multilingualisms as a lingua franca, or what we have referred to elsewhere as a multilingual franca, or multilanguaging, view language by contrast as a multi-layered chain that is constantly combined and recombined, in which secondary language learning takes place more or less simultaneously with language use. In many Southern contexts, global concepts of languages, mother tongues, or multilingualism simply do not reflect the way languages are understood and used. Makalele and Lovin, for example, talk about what they call Ubuntu translanguaging to refer to African world views of interdependence and general use of languages without boundaries. Ubuntu translanguaging does more than just combine a northern-derived concept, translanguaging, with a philosophy of the South. It also challenges understandings of languages and speakers, grounds these concerns in Southern African educational context, and resists the atomistic individualization that underlies some approaches to translanguaging. By insisting that neither people nor languages can be complete without each other, the concept of Ubuntu enters into a South-South dialogue with other philosophical traditions. Ubuntu is an ethical as well as a political ideological concept and always entails a social bond that is always being reshaped by ethical demands it places on participants. In this sense, it cannot be reduced to northern categories of ontology, epistemology, or morality, but rather points to the way humans are intertwined as ethical and knowing beings with social, ethical, and political obligations. It can be usefully contrasted, for example, with the Senegalese Wolof idea of Nite, for example, suggesting that humanity is something achieved through togetherness and reciprocity. Bringing these ideas into dialogue with each other, or as we have suggested elsewhere, African philosophical ideas such as Ubuntu with Central American concepts such as Nepantla, which means in-betweenness, can provide renewed ways of thinking about language, which can no longer be considered in separate atomistic terms, but rather is always mutable, relational, and reciprocal. Fresh challenges also derive from new bilingualism, as Alamini Mazrui puts it, that draw on and use a wide range of local and non-local languages and create new and fragmented semiotic systems. They are constantly in flux, they are predominantly oral, they are street languages, and as such are often linked to popular culture and urban unrest. To speak these languages, it is necessary to draw on multilingual resources, yet these urban languages are also multi-languages in themselves, diverse, shifting, constantly evolving, and unpredictable in their usage. The grassroots multilingualism that we're trying to bring to the fore is evident in the forms of popular culture, which creates opportunities to advance an analysis of what we have called transmodal multilanguaging that links music, language, painting, and public transport. As Quinton Williams shows in his work on hip hop in South Africa, the styles and performances of hip hop bring about a remixing of multilingualism. Not only do hip hop artists draw on a variety, on language varieties in their performances, Caps, isiXhosa, isiZulu, Sebela, Sesotho, Tsotsitaal, and various types of English from both South African English and African American sources, but they also create new ways of doing multilingualism, requiring in turn new ways of thinking about multilingualisms. Studying of hip hop performances requires a broader understanding, and we quote here Williams, of complex semiotic webs within and across which speakers move, comprising not just languages as we know them, but bits of languages such as registers, accents, words, assemblages of form meaning elements such as rap rhythms and embodied performances. There is a danger nonetheless of treating youth or urban language use as special cases, an approach that can misleadingly suggest that multilingual juggling and semantic manipulations and phonological processes such as truncation or abbreviation are unique to youth languages. Like Creole exceptionalism, as Michel Degraff reminds us, there can be a tendency here to exoticize such variations at the expense of other non-urban contexts, in the use of language by other different groups. The nature of multilingualism in rural areas is facilitated by a wide array of factors which include exogamy, child fostering, and economic interdependence. Such communities, according to Lupke, are found across the globe, including West Africa, Amazonian, Northern Australia, and Melanesia. The communicative practices in such small-scale multilingualisms have been described using a number of terms, including egalitarian multilingualism, balanced multilingualism, and traditional multilingualism. Indeed, as Evans argues, the most plausible way of understanding language evolution is not so much via isolated monolingual communities coming into contact, but rather through an understanding of small-scale multilingualism as the starting point. Multilingualisms did not come about when language communities met. It was always the way people used language. The image of super diversity when different languages combine in cities in the global north misses the point that languages have always grown up together. A global south framework, therefore, needs to ensure it looks not only at rapid remixing in hip-hop performance, but also at differently paced, differently realized forms of linguistic creation in many other contexts. The changing realities of urban and rural life with enhanced mobility, shifting populations, social upheaval, health and climate crisis, and increased access to diverse media and forms of popular culture, as well as the political imperative to redress northern hegemony, suggests we need to rethink and therefore possibly rename the ways in which language has been reconceptualized. We therefore have to develop local meta-languages. If current dominant meta-discursive regimes are a product of Western Northern philosophy intensified by colonial and post-colonial scholarship, they will not be able to bear the weight of a renewed Southern multilingualism. Simply translating meta-languages from English into local languages does not resolve the underlying problems of assumptions about the nature of language. Many multilingualisms. The focus of a renewed sociolinguistics of Southern multilingualism is therefore on multilingualism as part of a wider social and cultural practices, making the social groundings of human interaction central, as opposed to language-centered multilingualisms, which assumes a multiplicity of languages as central to the analysis. From the perspective of linguistic anthropology, with a particular interest in the notion of language ideological assemblages, the question becomes one of asking how it is that languages are understood locally in schools, in communities, in workplaces, in families, in diverse social interactions. We are obliged to take account of whether people believe they speak languages, what they believe about those languages, and analyze the beliefs about languages which they hold passionately, even if those languages have been invented. Looked at from an ethnographic point of view, the Americas are not only a region of great linguistic diversity in terms of what are usually known as languages, but also in terms of different genres, styles, chants, songs, dreams, wailing, and narrative conventions within and across communities. These diverse communities, as Hawke and Hayek argue, should not be understood as easily commensurable instances of a general phenomenon called language, since they all may have different linguistic natures. As Coase suggests, the idea of language possibly obscures a fundamental diversity of ultimately irreconcilable language practices. From this point of view, the question is not only whether Mapungun, for example, is spoken by the Mapuche in South Central Chile and Spanish are two different kinds of the same thing. Fundamentally, what is important is to see whether, in actual fact, we're talking about the same, ontologically, the same phenomenon. This is not just a question of pluralizing linguistic epistemologies, but of thinking in terms of multiple language ontologies and of diverse multilingualisms. If we accept with necessary warnings and precautions aspects of the ontological challenge to language, we are confronted by the possibilities that language may have multiple natures. That questioning the pluralizability of languages themselves as named as enumerable entities may come in hand with a need to entertain the pluralizability of the idea of language itself. The notion of Southern multilingualisms, therefore, recognizes not only that there are many different kinds of multilingualism, many different ways in which language resources are interwoven, and that it is therefore possible to talk of indigenous multilingualisms, but also that there may be multiple language ontologies, and that Southern multilingualisms refer not just to multilingualism in different places, but to different kinds of multilingualism. To engage with Southern multilingualisms, therefore, collaborative work must be carried out to encompass, to explore how what Nyamo calls convivial research, devoted to finding connections and points of confluence and opportunities for transfer of concepts among members of academic communities, between them and the non-academic communities. Socio and applied linguistic research needs to be understood as an act of decolonization. The research process has to be seen in decolonial terms, involving different ways of understanding language and its relationship to community and place, different relations between linguistics and community practices, different knowledge status between academic and communities, ways of knowing, different ways of writing and exploring voice. This entails, and we call it cousins and era, a much broader view of what is involved in linguistic analysis. It requires a deep listening at a discipline level to hear what other ideologies are important and relevant to our understanding. At stake is a set of deep-seated language ideological assemblages, as Kroski puts it. The point is to seek meeting points between different ways of knowing, between different accounts of language and its relationship to family, culture, and land. When the common trope is invoked that language is sleeping rather than dead, my tribal language, heritage language, Miami, was sleeping for a long time, it is important to consider the different ways of thinking that this involves, the implications for language in relationship to landscape, people, and youth. As Monahan puts it, language and stories are understood as still being in the land, having been placed there by our ancestors. And to reclaim such sleeping languages may be as much a spiritual process as one involving documentation. In order to change the way we think about this, and in order to enable language projects that meet community interest to succeed, we need to decolonize language itself. If a speaker of Maringa, for example, characterized the way they speak and its differences from other ways as saltwater words, this has to be taken seriously in relationship to language and seascape epistemologies. Researching Southern multilingualism is a decolonial project as much as it is a sociolinguistic project. And now let me turn to my conclusion. We have sought to shed light, for example, on the concern that the monolingual-multilingual dichotomy, as Ndovo puts it, misdirects and misrepresents the notion of language diversity. There is need for research that focuses on the ways in which languages are locally used and understood, as well as the effects of particular meta-discursive regimes on the working of local languages. The assumption that monolingualism and multilingualism are important pillars which might be used to frame sociolinguistic analysis, or that studies of multilingualism are attempting to move beyond the blinkered monolingualism that has constricted a lot of thought about language use, takes us a certain way, but then stops short. For many people across the world, the critical issue is not whether one is monolingual or multilingual, but that one uses language. Both monolingualism and multilingualism are inventions, as Gambling has put it. This doesn't mean that they are not forces to be reckoned with, subject to powerful discourses about assimilation, diversity, education, and so forth. But it points to their status, not only as human creations, but as creations of a very particular set of humans. This is why the ultimate move here for us may not be from monolingualism to multilingualism so much as a move towards multilanguaging or multilingual flankers, where people simply use language, drawing on whatever resources are available. These people who we now see as deeply multilingualism in the global South rarely see themselves in the same way and may not acknowledge this level of multilingualism. If we can do away with our language enumerations that sit so often at the heart of multilingualism, a great deal of productive research could start to open up the real complexities of grassroots multilingualisms. The problem more broadly is that any approach that considers only a predominant community or a predominant language misses the point of Southern multilingualism. There's a major gap in thinking about educational multilingualisms, especially in Southern context. A singular failure to engage with the nature of multilingualism in these areas and how these multilingualisms can be harnessed is a mistake. The problem with language-specific approaches, as Martin Nakata points out, is that whether they focus on bilingual education, English as a second language, or local languages, they assume that all students have a common language. The situation is always more complex, with multiple languages and multiple relations to oral and written modes operating across communities. Oral and literal worlds are not separate, but they are intertwined, they are intertextual, and they continue to evolve as traditions and artifacts of our engagement with each other. Advocates of bilingual education, as Martin Nakata suggests, fail to understand the complex communicative life worlds of the global South. Part of any project to decolonize applied linguistics and language education, therefore, needs to step away from simple assumptions that replacing a former colonial language with an indigenous one is in itself in order to understand the differences that the South brings to the fore. As Makelela notes, the Orthodox language teaching profession has always regarded literacy from a monolingual perspective and has prohibited multilingual writers from drawing on their antecedent genres and the development of multilingual literacies. The unilingual bilingual state projects in much of the global South are pursued, entrenched, and safeguarded by political administrative elites in government and a compliant, non-reflexive intelligentsia that have become little more than purveyors of northern epistemologies, most of which have little applicability in the multilingual context in which they live. This process then becomes naturalized so that, for example, the sociolinguistic truism that multilingualism is natural and common condition for the majority world obscures the implicit language categorization that lags behind such apparent descriptive categorization. What is often overlooked is that multilingualism, as commonly understood, is a way of thinking. It's a worldview, an intellectual orientation that forces us to look backwards under the burden of a meta language which was never designed to account for diverse and contemporary language use. Sociolinguistics and applied linguistics have reveled in their multilingual turn, their discovery that multilingualism is the normal state of humanity, their denunciations of monolingual mindsets among both colleagues and a broad range of policymakers and the wider public, without pausing to examine the ideological underpinnings of the version of multilingualism that they are. The next step, therefore, move toward an understanding of the relationship among language resources as used by certain communities. The linguistic resources the language users draw on, local language practices, the use of these language resources in specific contexts, and the language users' relationship to language varieties. From this point of view, therefore, we can start to move away from both mono and multilingual orientations to language and to take on board insights from outside the mainstream of language studies. The liberal linguistic consensus that sees so-called heritage, ethnic, minority, and migrant languages as threatened by the monolingual mindset and dominant languages misses the point that it is the way language is being understood here that is the problem. The challenge is for Southern socio-applied linguistics to break free from assumptions about separate languages, endangered languages, language rights, and instead move towards a more complex and appropriate understandings of language in the global South, which may also liberate the global North from its narrow and inadequate notions of language. Thank you. Okay. Am I allowed to go and sleep now?
Very much for your presentation, Prof. I think you've actually challenged us not to take a simplistic view in terms of understanding multilingualism. I think you have unpacked it so nicely, starting also from the description of language itself and its roots. And you are also challenging us in terms of thinking. about African languages and how they were invented, and the different kinds of multilingual, should I say multilingualism, the different types of multilingualism from various perspectives, from the north and from the south. So I'm not going to take long in terms of making comments, because we have Dr. Akpome, who's going to respond to your presentation, but thank you very much. Dr. Akpome.
Thank you very much, Prof. Makoni. We overheard you saying if you can be allowed to go and rest now. we will try to do that, but not just yet. You will agree, Prof., and I thank you for this very, very, very deep presentation. You would agree that it is a loaded presentation. It has very provocative ideas, which would be strange to many of us. Not entirely strange, but would be new to many of us, as it's located within a very, I don't want to say exclusive, but when I say it, I don't say it in a negative way, but these are ideas that it's a limited number of experts who have full understanding of. And it is important for us to be able to have some basic understanding for our purposes, and some of the rest we will leave. But some of the key points we will try to have a grasp of. And one of them, I would just like to say, and I think this is something most of us can relate to, Prof. Makoni is sharing the argument that language is invented, that language is not a natural, it's not innate. If that's the way I understand his presentation to human beings, that what is more natural is the phenomenon of communication. Language is a second order, it is invented. But in acknowledging that it's invented, we do not disregard its existence and its power. Yeah. It's been invented into being. It's much like when people talk of gender, and he did make that reference, gender, nationality, ethnic identities, these are invented, socially constructed, historically, politically constructed, but they are now alive, and they carry a lot of power, and they impinge very significantly on the things we do, especially in regard to knowledge creation and knowledge dissemination. If there is a chance for a question, I would have liked Prof to make a little mention in this regard, although that's not his focus, but I would have liked to hear something about the debate between language acquisition and language learning. The idea that language is naturally, it's innate to, that people acquire languages, they don't need to learn them, whereas some other people have to learn them, which I find a very problematical view, the idea of acquisition, because where people have to use another language, and let's use our most important example, English, I have found that argument, has been deployed to further weaken those who have a need to use English. And I picked this up when I first came to South Africa in 2010. And at first, when people would tell me, oh, you speak good English. Oh, you're from Nigeria. Oh, you guys speak good English. You know, when you get complimented, at first you like it. Yes. But then you think twice. Then I say, but what exactly do these guys mean? Is speaking English such an otherworldly, ethereal skill? So are the people who can speak English so dumb? Now, am I better than them? I started feeling like, oh, you are better. And I found that very problematical. And the idea, and I find it, as a teacher of English, as a lecturer in English, some colleagues express this. And I do not mean this in a negative way, especially the non-black colleagues. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's Zulu, so what do you expect? You can't speak better English. Yeah, well, you guys who come from Nigeria, we understand you can. Like, what does that mean? I find that very problematical. So I would have been happy if we can understand this in that light. But Prof. Marconi makes a very important point for our purposes of decolonization. The point that the ways, and now he's now speaking about linguistics, which is a bit beyond my pay grade now. How languages are understood, studied, analyzed. How the received modes of language description, of language analysis, even multilingual analysis, monolingual analysis, proceed from a global North ideological and historical standpoint, which in essence, and this is what we have learned about dominant Anglo-American modernism, knowledge production, they tend to flatten, to conflate, to decontextualize, to ignore varieties and variations, because they normally proceed from the desire to impose a uniform and, at the end of the day, unrealistic idea on the world. You're trying to get very many people, people from diverse backgrounds. They tend to disregard people's backgrounds and impose a form of knowledge that is out of step with reality, but that is pursued with so much power that its outcome is confusion. And it's interesting how that confusion tends to serve imperialist and post-imperialistic agendas, because it seems to be part of what sustains imperialism. Let me try and explain it in this way. So if there is war, the military-industrial complex will survive. They will sell weapons. So if there's conflict, if there's division, then the impostor has a stand. So that's one way I understood what he was saying. But I think that's very significant, the idea that language is a second-order phenomenon, is a second-order category, rather than an essential, innate, and intrinsic category that we have received. Then he makes, again, a very provocative point, that standardized African languages should be considered to be colonial artifacts. So if the way our orthographies, our use of language are based on European precepts, colonial precepts, then it's also no good, to an extent, the way I understand it. Because the standardization process, as he tells us as an expert linguist, has usually not involved the indigenous users, has usually not recognized the diversities and the nuances and the complexities of indigenous use of language. So in the project of decolonization, we seem to have this simplistic view, and he also mentioned that. The simplistic idea that, oh, now we've been teaching in English, let's stop, decolonize, let's now use isiZulu. If we find that isiZulu has these features he has mentioned, then we are not really helping ourselves so much. So we need to reconsider first, at a basic, at an essential level, the ways in which even our indigenous languages have been codified, have been standardized, especially for use as languages of instruction. And he says we need to take note. Then he mentions also the stigmatization or the demeaning of the oral form, the privileging of the written form over the oral form, which builds on one of the presentations we had previously about the fact that although Africans are in colonial and current dominant knowledge systems, Africans are considered to be illiterate or pre-literate. But there is evidence of other forms of literacy issuing from Africa. So there are two things here. There is the argument that Africans are not necessarily pre-literate, but there's also the fact that African epistemologies are being largely, I don't know if dominantly would be correct, but significantly oral. There's the idea of a dominant linguistic practice of demeaning the oral and putting it at the bottom of an hierarchy and placing the literate above, the written above the oral, which he also considers to be a problem because he describes language in terms of kind of, it doesn't use the word free, but it's constituted more in interaction and in speech than in writing. The question I will now ask, I would like Prof. Marconi to answer, is a point I raised earlier. Because you did say that we are struggling to use a meta language that was never designed for the diversities and the intricacies and the complexities and the fluidity of our realities. Now I'm going back to that point I raised yesterday when Prof. Bewaji was speaking. In academia, in research, in global knowledge production, it is this form of use of language that is dominant. And we seem constrained to have to adopt the form of the meta language that we have identified to be a bad fit for our purpose. What do we do? So let's talk about at this very level we are here now, the level we are looking at scholars as professors. And like I said yesterday, we use this language in this way. We pretend that we understand. Many times we don't understand. I must admit, I struggle actually to follow Prof. Marconi. He speaks fast, but the material is actually very high level, high linguistic level. I'm not a linguist, but I do have understanding of language use and language teaching. So how are we going to use multilingualism? And let me end there. How are we going to use multilingualism? How can we harness what he calls indigenous multilingualisms, indigenous multilanguaging, to help us create a new grammar, a new mode of communication, even amongst those academics that will help us carry on the task of decolonization. How can we get our postgrad students? How can we get in our supervision? How can we communicate with our postgrad students that this is how they need to express themselves? How can we tap into, how can we validate their indigenous language use? And when I say indigenous language use here, I'm trying to follow Prof. Marconi. I do not mean they are speaking of isiZulu, for instance, but the influence of their indigenous, largely oral forms of communication on their use of the English we now use. How can we allow that as a means of moving our knowledge production forward in ways that are friendly, not only to us as academics, but also to our students and to the community that we serve? I think I will have to stop there, because I might be exhibiting ignorance without knowing it. So maybe I would like to stop there. And I think the VC has also said we are actually pressed for time, but we would we are going to take maybe one question in addition. Okay. So we would like Prof. Marconi to respond, and we are sure you will not take so long, because we agree with you that you do need your sleep. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. The way I think I want to respond to this, let me tell you a story. I spent part of last night debating, in actual fact, whether I should read this paper on looking at multilingualisms from the Global South, or another paper which follows this one called A Layperson's View of Language. The issues that you were raising, for example, about the meta-language and how this, I addressed them in the paper on a layperson's understanding of language, in which, drawing on the work of some Indian scholars, I argue that instead of simply saying, let's say, Durban is multilingual, etc., plurilingual, and all that, what you need to do is to understand the various categories that those communities might use to talk about what it means to be human, to what they understand by language, whether they draw distinctions between language, song, dance, etc. So your meta language comes from the environment around you. At the moment, the meta language comes from, in linguistics, via Latin, for example, because of this imperial universalism that you were talking about. But I'm fully aware, though, as I've said, I pointed out in my recent book, that what it does, it creates a dilemma for us. As we seek social legitimacy for the work that we do, we may, in actual fact, find ourselves not communicating with other scholars. But my feeling is that as long as we do interesting work, they will try and read what we do, right? And we need ideologically to decide whether speaking and serving our own communities is more important than speaking and raising these issues at international conferences, for example. And I'm increasingly of the view that writing in a manner in which I'm not so good at it, that you are accessible to the communities that you care for is more important. So your meta language should come from the communities around you. Then I think you also raise a very important point about what you call here imperial universalism of linguistics. There is a general tendency in linguistics to think that these various categories that are used are necessarily applicable across the board. Local variation, local dynamic differences are completely overlooked. And for me, it is those local dynamics, those local ways of understanding language practices, song, dance, music, that are important. It's quite indeed possible that in some African contexts, there's not much of a major distinction that is drawn between song and dance, for example, song, dance, and language. So we have to liberate ourselves to realize that the languagification of approach is an artifact of Western linguistics. In our case, folklore, narrative, and all that may be so intertwined that our linguistics, for example, should go that route in which folklore, narratives, and all storytelling are all connected as opposed to being separated. Yeah. And then, yeah, and then you talked about the sort of acquisition, the sort of distinction. For me, I regard all language users as language creators. They create language as they go along, right? It's not like they have pre-assembled languages that they use, that they are creative at each particular point in time, making use of the resources that are available to solve the point, the problem at hand. If you go, for example, to some of these international markets or whatever, and you're trying to buy a particular item, you don't wait until you've mastered the language in order to negotiate what to buy. If, for example, when I was in Accra, and I was going to Makola market and I wanted to buy some things from those markets, I didn't wait until I knew enough of the Ghanaian local languages to buy. I would use whatever resources, linguistic resources that I have got. So in other words, the issue is language, for example, in that case, is a product of the communication that you are engaged in. And I agree with you. I agree with you. And the only thing that I will do is I'll send you the paper called Folk Linguistic Perspective on Language, which address these particular issues, because I think it's more carefully articulated than I would have done in my oral presentation.
Once again, Prof. Makoni, thank you very much for your response, and also thanks to Dr. Akpome for responding to Prof. Makoni's presentation. I think we are running out of time, but if I can just say the lesson one, I've got so many lessons that I learned from Prof. Makoni's presentation, but one of them is that we need to decolonize the language itself, and I'm taking that at the back of my mind as to say, how do we do it? And I think as researchers, we need to look into that, especially with regard to the issues of standardization and non-standardization in our African languages. That is the lesson, Prof, that I think we might want to think as we go ahead with the discourse on monolingualism versus multilingualism, particularly in our context. Once again, thanks, Prof, but I don't think you are out of the hook as yet. Am I right, Prof?
Oh, no, that's okay. I mean, I will keep awake.
So I will hand over now. I will hand over now to the next chair. I think is it Prof. Ndlovu? Yes. Thanks very much, Prof. Makoni. Siyabulela kakhulu, enkosi.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning for today. Yes, I remember that Prof, today is your day.
Yes.
Of though the question that has not yet been asked is, who is the father of?
I've got the leaves today. I've got the leaves.
The leaves. Yes. We are getting into a very important section on institutionalizing African thought, institutional culture, community engagement, and internationalization, and we will be engaging all our professors on this subject. I think the point, I repeat that the point of this conversation, this conference, is really unlike other conferences. It is really to get as much points as we can get for the purposes of implementation, for the purposes of moving forward in practical terms. I know our professors have said a lot, but now we're trying to distill some really practical points that we can take from them, so that or principles that we can take from them. And I will ask Dr. Akpome just to scribe for us most of the things. But now, I thought of starting by recapping. I'll be fast, just to recap when I was sitting there, what it came to me from your different papers. The first point that I got is that African thought must be grounded on a strong intellectual project. It must be anchored on an intellectual project. That is the sentiment that I got from different speakers, the way they were posing their presentation and some respondents. The second one was the issue of historical consciousness and a clear understanding of the nature of African identities to foreground that intellectual project. We must not be ahistorically and parochially. I think we got that from Prof. West. You really opened that with that kind of warning. Then the other important point that we got is what is Prof. Ajman raised, the issue of racial Pan-Africanism, modeled on Garveyism as an ideological campus, if I'm capturing correct, Prof. and you really gave us quite a catalogue of evidence on how we have been being played around by people who we thought they are with us, but at the end of the day, because of their different position in the hierarchization, then they also assumed a superiority complex, leaving us to our. Then the other one is the institutionalization of African thought must lead to the decolonization of power, including the important aspect of depatriarchization, which I think Prof. Makoni was saying, the decoloniality sometimes can be seen, it is not like that, but can be seen as silent on issues of that is touching on patriarchy and yeah. Then the institutionalization of African thought must lead to cross-fertilization between research, curricula, and pedagogy, and community engagement. That it cannot just be a research endeavor, but it must lead to some changes in the curricula. They must cross-fertilize these aspects so that we have a complete node of African thought. A node of African thought is not about research only, it's about also teaching, learning, community engagement from that, the idea of a school of thought, if I can put it in that way. Then Prof. Masoha, I think he made a good presentation about being accommodative to different grammars of change, indigenization, decolonization, Africanization, and Afrocentricity, and there must be a program. I think that one came out from even informal discussion, the program of re-socialization and the reorientation made available to staff and students. The issue of summer schools, short certificates, workshops, and all that, because I think it was Prof. Masoha who said sometimes resistance does not come from anything, but it can come from ignorance, genuine ignorance that we need to deal with. And the other one was African thought requires solidarity and coalition building with the like-minded institutions, individuals across the globes. The like-minded, because if it is an intellectual project, then it must have some sort of dialogue, coalition building, and it must pay homage to the work already done by other African scholars and thinkers. We cannot pretend as if there is not work that was done. I think Prof. West talked about Edward, the work of Edward Wilmot Blyton, Prixley, Gaseme, Frans Fanon, and many others that we can build and sit on the giants of the shoulders. Must build on black radical thought. I think that was also articulated. It must also excavate the sidelined indigenous knowledges, which Prof. Bewach talked much about, and dealing with the issue, what Prof. Makoni was talking about, the question of invention, which is not a question of invention of only languages, invention of identities, and some indigenous knowledges themselves. You can talk of, I've been studying some traditional healers, that you have some traditional healers that really ponder to the idea of Western idea of what a traditional healer looks like, which is a spectacle, not really the genuine projection of what a traditional healing is all about. And this is part of define and rule, what Mamdan called define and rule, that apart from epistemicides, where epistemicides were failing, knowledges were perverted, identities were perverted to serve the same process, to serve the same structure, which means that when we are dealing with an issue like indigenous knowledge, we need to be meticulous, because you might be trying to promote indigenous knowledge is that we are promoting coloniality in the name of indigenous knowledge. That is coming another direction. And there was an issue of paying homage to paradigmatic events like the Haiti Revolution and other revolutions or rebellions that have been taking place that are really worth a source of inspiration for the struggle. Then the issue of multilingualism and the issue of decolonizing the knowledge. I mean the language itself. And the other point that was that is really a problem, but a problem that we live. It is the issue of disciplines, and how do we escape disciplinary decadence? What Louis Aragotten referred as disciplinary decadence, being transdisciplinary, post-disciplinary, inter and multidisciplinarity, all that. And I think with this recapping, I'm trying to say we were listening to our speakers, and we already have a lot, but now we want to distill further so that you can really emphasize some points, also give us some additions to that, particularly with the regard to the issue of institutionalization, even drawing from your experiences, not just your papers, just from your experiences, what has caused some flourishing institutions that have started to flourish on this and they declined. What were the mistakes? What were the pitfalls? We will want to hear that, and some. I think we can start now, and I don't know what order I need to follow, but you can.
You can invite them.
Yes. Yes. Yes, I think you are comfortable to speak from where you are seated, but you can also be. Yes, it's better maybe when you are here so that. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Maybe we can invite you, Prof, to come here and.
Because I think my conversation was long. Maybe say to people 10 minutes, but kind of break, so that they don't start shooting around.
Yes.
Once they are coming up here, the time now is this, that's 25 past. By half past, people must be back. Give them 5 minutes stretch break. Call it a stretch break, not a
Thank you. Maybe while our esteemed guests are taking their seats here, maybe we get a 5 minutes break to stretch so that we come back to engage with them. Thank you. Yes.
Recording stopped.
Trying to be radical in a way that was manipulated, can be manipulated. He said, you can tell us because he was so sensitive to say, I don't want to be and watch. But yes, he manipulated. Yeah, he didn't take account of it. That's what it was. When I was testing, I was saying, but when you take account of history, how do you use it? What are you talking about?
The first thing that comes to mind is so much has happened that tells you.
Actually, the Rainbow Nation did not come to be. There is no Rainbow Nation.
That is why across outside of here, especially among the Jews in Israel, they think that they want the solution. Because there's
And the work that we're doing is fundamentally important.
We're going to have this, and then we're going to take a break when the lady says now the snacks are coming for break. Yeah.
We can still do it two parts.
Yeah, I think we should. I need it. Because it's too long.
So you can take for your first part maybe 45 minutes.
Yes, and then allow them to take a break. Then what one can do this, please.
Yes.
The man is tired. And he's talking to himself. So that we take
He didn't do it for long.
Yeah.
How are you this morning? I didn't see you earlier.
My body is still doing the jet lag. Yeah. But sometimes I see the rays of
So you decided to summarize my paper?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I said, this guy, what is he doing?
Yes. Yeah.
I just want you to show my program.
What is the time now?
So tell him his own is to make resolutions. Let me tell you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. Is it on? Thank you, colleagues. I think we can start now. Yes.
So West.
Thank you, colleagues. I think we can start now. And I think the best, having said having mapped what we have captured in already, I think the best is for the professors to have 5 minutes each to give us the points that they think must be a take home or something that we need to remain with, is from their experience, from the papers that they've presented, and just their views that that we think must remain with us. Yeah. Thank you. Let's start with the Prof. West, that other side coming this side.
Okay, thank you. Can I
to have the mic.
Can I speak from here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. I'd rather stand here.
All right, okay, it's better. Yes.
5 minutes, you said? 5 minutes?
Yes.
5 minutes. Okay, thank you. What did she say?
5 minutes or less.
5 minutes or less, yes. Thank you. You know, prolixity is the great bane of academic meetings. And so we must endeavor to struggle against the tendency toward prolixity. And I'll try to do that. 5 minutes. And you will pull my coat if that's what we used to do in the old days. All right, so I think CFA had summed this up well. He said one for the road, and this one is indeed for the road. Okay, all right. So one thought then, just time for one thought. So African thought, of course, as we have as we've learned in the past 3 days, African thought needs multiple things. One of those things is a syllabus. Mention has been made of the African archive, the African, the politics of citation and so forth, and all of these come back to the syllabus. I want to suggest that the syllabus, well, we have learned, and I'm simply summarizing much of what has been said already. We've learned that the syllabus needs to be local, and it needs to be global at once. It needs to be diverse, and it needs to be inclusive. It also needs to be exclusive, because creating a syllabus is at once an act of inclusion and exclusion, just as making a revolution is at once an act of deconstruction and reconstruction. So, you know, we do not begin from a tabula rasa. We're not starting from a blank slate. African thought doesn't come out of nowhere. It comes out of somewhere. And this point needs to be emphasized and re-emphasized even in a setting like this, because we still continue to fight against the ghost of the Enlightenment, the ghost of European modernity, both in a material, European modernity, both in the material and ideological sense. Material sense meaning the rise of the capitalist mode of production, which of course was built to a very large extent on black bodies and by black bodies, and the ideological expression of European modernity, meaning the Enlightenment, which was constructed, again, to a very large extent in opposition to blackness and Africanness. And so what we need in the syllabus is a roadmap of African thought, African thought that's going to, that's of course necessarily centers on self-emancipation and self-determination. Let's see, how am I doing for time? I should probably stop there then. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we ask Prof. Marconi to do his part because of the time. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much for this. I have two issues to raise. I want to focus on issues about curriculum, then I'll come on to the discussions about summer school. The curriculum that I'm trying to design for some of the students who have registered for what is called an independent study with me in African studies. One of them is an alumni of UNISUL. Is in two parts, and I think this is relevant to the discussion here. The first part is on African scholars on African thought. So, for example, there will be a section, let's say, just as an example, you have scholars that have worked on the work of Mudimbe, for example. So you have the students not only reading Mudimbe, but you have students reading commentary by other scholars who have dealt with the work of Mudimbe. So it's more like African scholars commenting on African thought. That is sort of one way in which I want to handle that particular study. The second one is I discovered that some of the students that I'll be teaching have got don't have much of any background in African thought, but they are coming in, for example, to do a PhD, let's say, in applied linguistics. So the challenge which I was faced with is how do you introduce, let's say, African thought, but still make sure that they also learn some linguistic aspects of it. So the second part of the syllabus is we'll be focusing on the linguistic implications of particular African philosophical thoughts. Let's say you look at the work by Mahmoud Mamdani, etc., and then you ask them, okay, what are the linguistic implications of the work that he is doing? So you are able to bring together two different aspects, the politics of his scholarship, but since these students have been registered for a degree in linguistics, so you're asking them, what are the linguistic implications of this particular philosophical position? The advantage of doing it like that is that you are training them to move beyond across discipline, that they can find linguistic ideas, not only in linguistics, that the most interesting linguistic ideas may indeed come from outside linguistics. And the way you do that is you give them texts that are not linguistic. That is sort of the way I am thinking of handling these particular issues. Then the other part in terms of internationalization, etc., which I think is important, is what we talked about to some extent yesterday, the issues about summer schools and how we can put together summer schools or winter schools relatively easily. Because then these winter schools or summer schools will complement the existing strength and expertise within our own local institutions. So, for example, this year we will have, next year we'll have a summer school at Nelson Mandela University. We could, the year after that, in 2024, for example, have it at UniZulu, etc. The advantage of that is you then have people with expertise from different parts of the world, and you've got students coming together virtually or in real time, and that I think will help us to move forward. And the other advantage internationally, I think at the moment, for example, from the Penn State perspective, is that Michael's office is very near mine, and we are in the same college. So it's possible to establish connections within Penn State, which may link up with what is happening at UniZulu. Because it's always good, I think, to have people who are working in different institutions within the same place. So, for example, in the College of Liberal Arts, me and Michael working with you guys there will be a good idea because we can brainstorm and share ideas as well. The main unique thing, though, of the UniZulu experiment, unlike the other collaborations that I've been involved in, is that at least, unlike in other institutions, you have support from the very top of your institutions. So it's not like trying to convince the institution for a buy-in. That has already happened, which is absolutely important if you're going to make progress. So that, I think, is a very good thing, that at least you have sorted out internally that this is the direction that you want to go. So it's not like these various people are trying to come and convince you guys that let's collaborate. You have already decided that this is the way you want to go. And we have already decided that this is how we want to go. But what is it that disappoints me? What disappoints me, though, is that annually, for example, whether I'm in African studies or in applied linguistics, when we have our students are submitting applications to do their PhDs, masters and PhDs, there are very few applications that come from Africa. You get 3, 4, very few applications. And it makes my heart, I must say, sink. It makes me feel very low, because whatever you may think about these universities, they offer these students 4 or 5 years of teaching assistantship funded, and it's no harm to have somebody funding you to do your PhD for 4 or 5 years. But the number of applications that come through are so few that even if, for example, in applied linguistics, we've managed to convince them that annually they must recruit at least 1 student amongst the 5 from Africa. And last year they did agree. And this year, when I was talking to the director of graduate studies, I mean, she said to me, I hope there will be applicants from Africa. So in a way, that is the part that if I have to try and campaign for more international engagement, is that if there are students who are interested in doing some of these degrees outside, let's say, UniZulu, do get in touch, and so that we can at least get them to apply. Because unless they apply, then we won't know whether they stand a chance or not. Yeah, that's all that I have to say.
Thank you very much, Prof. Makoni. But yesterday you also, that is just in addition, you also mentioned the issue of co-supervision, which for
yes.
You also stand up as a collaborative, but also for generating future scholars on this.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Before we go to Prof. Ajman, I'll urge you colleagues to be thinking of questions that you want to answer, but there will be 1 or 2 questions, not as many. Prof. Ajman, I think now is your turn.
You want me to answer questions, or you just want me to?
No, you just give us some few points that you want us to take.
Okay. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak again. This is a very important occasion for all of us. I see the condition of us as a people as one of having gone into a deep sleep for a long time, a nightmare. One of the things that we need to keep our minds glued upon is the fact that we didn't just get
brought into this land or anywhere outside of Africa. We came and we somehow, almost from the first, in terms of the general response, there were exceptions here and there. The people who decided to bring Africans into places outside of Africa to become slaves, they had economic motive in mind, as we do know. They went to a lot of trouble to set sail, to go down to African shores, and by hook and crook get Africans aboard ships and brought forcibly to these parts. One thing that has been a troubling problem for all of us and for the rest of the world is how Africans arrived here and were told that this is the way it's going to be. And for few exceptions, the generality of response was to go along with it. It was an economic proposition, economic enterprise. Once you got here and you made it very clear that you are not the kinds of people, spiritual entities, who will bow to the notion of becoming other people's donkeys, the whole enterprise would have fallen apart. They brought you in here and you make it clear that this is not something that you are going to acquiesce in. And it becomes very clear that you can't make slaves out of these people. Those people were not going to go back because it was not an entertaining proposition. It was an economic profit motive proposition. Somehow we went along, and it was not for a year, it was not for 2 years, it was not for 3, it was not for 14, it wasn't for 40. For 400 years, it became a tradition, a routine, that somehow the moment we get here, we accept to become other people's donkeys. And after this long period of being enslaved, we do have a major problem on our hands. The reason why it's been so difficult to change things, the struggle has been going on for quite a while. But the reason why we're still searching for answers is that we had been in this deep, deep nightmare for so long. We are only now beginning to see shafts of light here and there that beckons us. This university, this program here, and the leadership here is doing something that is fundamentally important. When I was invited to come here and thinking through some of the issues that I believed African thought structure should incorporate, the idea came to mind that we need a language of our own. And I thought of the idea of a composite African language. I'd read a few from some of our important African minds, the intellectual minds, about how to reach out deep into the past and link them to the languages we have now. They could establish commonalities between Yoruba and some of the ancient African, the ancient Egyptian, and all those kinds of things. We want to reconnect the present to the past and, in a sense, bring about our rebirth. Today's lecture was about linguistics. And a few things I want to share, quite moving away a little bit from everything else. I remember very well growing up, going to school, that I think I had been doing it for 2-3 years, for 4 in elementary school, when they started clamping down on the use of local languages. In the classrooms, the teachers would tell us not to speak Chi, Akan. And they always will have somebody appointed in the classroom, one of us, to put down the names of people who will be caught speaking African language. This subjugation has been so total. It is unbelievable. We were going to school and not allowed to wear shoes. because the occasional times when the British education officer might come and visit, it would not be proper for him to see Africans wearing shoes in his presence. We walked long distances, miles, to school because, of course, there was no buses to take us. But we did it barefoot. And we walked back barefoot, all for this because we couldn't possibly begin to think about the consequences of offending a British officer who may decide to come in one day and have Africans look around him, spread around him wearing shoes. We were not considered human enough to be allowed that privilege. I brought this up because it was so dimensional. By the time you were about 15, there wasn't anything left. Talking about linguistics, I have to make it the point about Africans that you see them. Even when they all can speak the same language and they come from the same cultural background, meeting anywhere else, it has to be in English. They have to speak in English. It's been carried on, and nobody sees anything wrong with it. When you bring it up, I mean, one thing I have found out, and I have to bring it up as a caveat. I've been retired for about 10 years now, and I spent some time. It started when I would write something I considered important to share with my fellow African people, and nobody would publish it. And one day I said, you know, amateurishly start a journal. I found a way of connecting with people through LinkedIn. Have about 30,000 people connected, and I will send this thing when I can find time around an issue to write my thoughts, try to send it, sit down every day, pass it on. And you begin to get the impression that so many people don't care about that. They receive it. The first thing many of them will tell you, and we're talking about African black intellectuals with PhDs, et cetera, et cetera. And they will tell you that, as for me, I say let the past be the past. I don't want to have anything to do with the past. I say let's forget about the past. A lot of that. And they don't know that it is the past that holds them down. And for somebody who is supposedly is a little bit read about what has gone on in our existence, to say this makes you feel hopeless about the education that has, so-called education that has gone on. It has been so fundamentally miseducation. It doesn't matter where the person says he's holding a degree from. And it's extremely troubling. And the main problem is that it's an education that has made us begin to start to think for ourselves. You keep your mind set on this, that the project here is very important. You have to open up the vistas in the minds of people to begin to want to think for themselves. Because the people who do not think are people who are doomed to extinction, one way or the other. I would have wanted somebody to consider the fact that language began with Africans, and Africans obviously started language. I'm intrigued about what we know about this important issue. Much has been written about it here and there. Much of what we are talking about languages now, I think, should have some link to that beginnings. Drawing from our own experiences as people on almost every facet of life matters to me very much, especially as it involves our own experiences. And it was only after the cultivation of language that Africans were able to begin to organize themselves to a point where they started moving outside of Africa, when developments pushed many of them to seek to go outside of the continent to the rest of the world. So something about those beginnings, I think, will be important. I also wanted to bring up the question of how so many of the African communities have reached a point where it is not just about abandoning their own languages, and there's a lot of literature about so many indigenous languages that have disappeared, and with it, the essence of humanity, of large numbers of people around the world. After a while, with this imperial imposition, the local ones disappeared. I used to live in a society where we used to have a daily. Every week there was a newspaper in Akan, in Ghana. The language embracing Asante, the Fanti people, the Equapian people, and all that. It disappeared a long time ago. And there are no such things in our world there. Everything is in English. And it's to such a point that this particular group of Africans in Ghana who have found a way to, in fact, anglicize the way they speak their own language when they want to speak it. In other words, they've restructured their own language in such a way that you know it is an Akan that the person is speaking, but in fact he's trying to make it a better. He believes that he's giving sophistication to his own mother tongue by changing the accents and the inflections. So the rot is very deep, what we're trying to come out of. I will say that you're doing a wonderful work here, and a lot depends upon, it is so because of the leadership and the kinds of minds that has been assembled at this university. I think if you continue with what you're doing, I do not doubt that you are going to make tremendous, tremendous change in the way that black people begin to see themselves and to begin to see their relationship to the rest of humans on earth. The point is to continue this endeavor. And to continue, you're going to have to continue the kind of selfless, devoted leadership. When Professor, your name again, came on the screen some time ago when I first spoke to the university audience, I knew there was something here that there was such a presence, and a powerful presence. And people normally don't read papers. You give it to them, and that's it. And he responds to my paper, and every aspect of it, he's covered. He has his hands on every aspect of it, quoting me here, quoting me. I sat there stupefied. I mean, did he bother to read all of this like that, so closely? And he answers, and I said, this is a force that I haven't seen. I told my wife right after this experience that this is somebody who came on there to respond to me, and he made such a dramatic impact on me. And now that I have come here, and now that I have also become aware of the kind of vice chancellor we have here, the struggle within herself, the push within herself spiritually to achieve, to serve, I see that there's an important foundation. It doesn't matter how long she stays here. As long as this foundation is laid, and given the kinds of minds that has been assembled at this institution, I know that this project will go forward. And I'm very thankful for everything that you have done. Thank you.
That is Prof. Achiman, and we are so grateful to have you here, Prof. Thank you very much. Prof, yeah.
The labor is almost over. So the baby is on its way. I want to thank everyone, especially the team that you brought together to do this. I will start my few remarks where Prof. Ejiman ended his one, and that is to commend the leadership here again, because without leadership, nothing can be achieved. It's very rare to see vice chancellors attending a 3-day conference and sitting through all of it and being there attentive. And with the team of DVCs, the top leadership of the university, not claiming that they have important state matters to attend to, and then they just hop off. And at the end of the day, you see that, you know, they're just going through the motions. It's not as if their hearts and souls are in it, but that's different. So I really want to commend everybody, especially our Vice Chancellor and the team. It's very important to me. I've seen, you know, I'm not as elderly as Professor Ejiman and our elders here, but I've been around a little bit and I've seen a lot. So it gives me that kind of courage that what you are doing is actually possible. Then I also find that you are blessed with resources if you will tap it properly, because it seems as if things are coming together and that with your team, you can actually do what you plan to do. And therefore, I think that that is very, very important. Now, the curriculum, because what we are supposed to be speaking to is the institutionalizing African thought. I believe in the question of curriculum, it is not just decolonizing that is the issue. It is domesticating the curriculum. It doesn't matter whether you are teaching astrophysics or whether you are teaching nuclear engineering. There are materials all around us within our own cultural context which can help to teach those things. I once attended a conference in the US, and the gentleman, I go to math seminars, I go to physics seminars, even if I'm not intelligent enough to understand what they're saying. And at the end of the day, I will ask the presenter to say, okay, can you translate what you are saying into a layman's language? In many instances, the obscurantism is a way of defrauding people. They themselves don't know what they are doing. And I am suggesting to you that part of the curriculum reownership that you need to do is to put it in the context in which the market woman or the market man can understand. And therefore, the products of the university will not be people going to seek jobs. They will be people who can create jobs with the knowledge you are giving them in the diverse disciplines. And I think this is where the empowerment would start. Because then instead of people being hostile to the university because they see you people as an island, you know, an oasis of privilege. And then your environment is full of poverty and squalor. And you don't see these things, you drive to your offices and then you go back out and you don't. These are just statistics to you. But if you are able to ensure that you bring them in, you encourage cooperatives, you encourage use of knowledge within the environment, and you help the people to know that the resources they have around them can be used, I believe you'll be doing very great. So, the last item that I'll mention, you said 5 minutes. I'm now 4.5. is the question of ethics. Ethics, I see that you have a department of philosophy and ethics in the university, but it seems to be very, very small. I went there, I've scanned a lot of the departments to see the establishment, the faculty, the resources and all that. You have great things already on the ground, but then it depends on how you emphasize what. There is something I'm always afraid of. When people don't want to process your papers or approve a project for you, then you hear about what I call institutional anonymity. And then you say, oh, the system has not yet dealt with it. It is not the system, it is human beings who are sitting on your paper. So, accountability, transparency helps. Because when you have that, everybody knows where they stand with you. And because they know where they stand with you, they are going to work with you because they know that you are not trying to cover up anything or to protect anything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was mouthful, and I think in the interest of time, let's take just one or two questions that are a burning question. There is no one burning, which means we don't have a question. And thank you, Program Chair. Maybe you can now direct us and help us. Sure, thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Ndlovu. And thank you very much, panelists. Colleagues, we are going to break for tea. And when we return, we'll have one final question. And then we'll move to the last session of the conference. We will reconvene at what time? It's about 20 past now.
15 past.
Oh, 15 past. It's 15 past. I'm in the future. 22. So we'll be back at 11:40. That's 20 to 12. Please, that's enough time, so let's please be back at that time. Thank you very much, yeah. Okay, sir.
It's a question that it's a key question. So that's the question you want addressed. So I think that is the folks want us.
Yeah, the photo.
Just bring the game. It will take long.
kind of documents that foreign payment request. Okay. I think you must ask some.
No, this one is not going to be subject because I was the one who did the argument. So the one is just go on. No, I'll just go through it and see what you do. Okay. So it means their account details.
You must just send you his proof of account. Yes. And you must tell him that you send him an email on Monday. Tell him what you must send him. We can even send him a form and ask him to sign the form.
To sign the form. Get it back. But if the foreign payment didn't say anything to decide that.
No, the foreign payment has got a requisition form and the supporting documents. That looks like a normal payment. But then there's those three outside stuff that comes on top. The bottom part looks exactly almost like a...
Thank you.
West's thing, the other one. Oh, the guys have confirmed
You saw that already?
Yes, it's YG, and my guys confirmed that they've already submitted it to outside. They've sent me the outside.
Oh.
And I showed it. So I said to you, if it doesn't come in, you must let us know.
That means they know that you can do it yourself.
And I said to her, why is it so expensive? This
What's the switch?
Oh, it's a big.
So that's how it was. So that's why it was.
But he said he wants to do it himself, that's why. Oh.
Yeah.
So you don't think the Bon Hotel is going to be
Yes. Or should we give it? Yeah, should we? Welcome back, colleagues, and thanks for keeping to time. We are actually 1 minute ahead of schedule for a change. Thank you very much. Before the final session at 12:15, which is reflections, propositions, and resolutions, which will be taken by Prof. Siepe, we want to round up this, let's still call it interaction, the engagement with the key issues surrounding the project. And there is one question that we are giving as the parting gift to our panelists, although we'll hear their response before they go. And the question is what I might frame as the counter-discourse. Every discourse normally generates a counter-discourse, which is helpful to intellectual engagement, to problematization and sophistication of the dominant discourse or the main ideas of that discourse. But it is also possible that the counter-discourse is a pushback. And it is important for those who push a specific discourse to be aware of that counter-discourse and engage with it, either to demolish it, to dismantle it, in my view, or to self-improve, to accept it as a critique So the counter discourse is this. I'm working on a paper that I titled Colonialism Was Bad, But. And I hope that invokes for us the controversial and seriously condemned, I would say, comments made by a leading politician in this country not too long ago. Oh, but colonialism brought blah, 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 blah. But more precisely, there is a significant number. I can't place a percentage to what number that these scholars occupy in terms of those who, like us, who propose decolonization. There's a significant number of intellectuals who cast aspersion on the project of decolonization. Say, oh yeah, we're not saying that colonialism wasn't bad, but, and there's this article that I take as a starting point for that paper that I'm doing. It's a Zimbabwean born scholar. He's based at Oxford at the moment. He's quite young, very young guy. And he's responding to the Rhodes Must Fall movement and talking about on the face of it, the article is talking about the problems of colonialism, the negative effect of colonialism on his native Zimbabwe, on Africa and the formerly colonized world. But his entire article is about Mugabe. It's a condemnation of Mugabe. It's a condemnation of every politician, every African, every intellectual who has complained against colonialism. It's a dismissal, in my reading, of much of what we have been saying, that we are just blaming the white man for everything. We are just looking for an excuse for our laziness, for our inability to govern, for our corruption, for our failure. After all, colonialism ended 20, 30, 40 years ago. And it's reached a point where even one prominent, I will use the word Africanist, scholar of Nigerian origin, based in the United States, authored a book last year or the year before, which begins with the words against decolonization, or decoloniality.
I believe decoloniality.
But we can check that out on the internet.
I know the author quite well.
Yeah. So the question I'm posing, that's the final question we want members of the panel to take a 2-3 minute take each on. How do we respond to this? As critique of what we are doing, to improve perhaps our positions, as a pushback, as the last fight of the dying beast? How do we respond to this? Prof. West, are you willing to go first?
You're right. Yes, I am willing to go first.
All right. Interestingly, at least 2 of our panelists know this fellow personally. Prof. West.
Thank you. You said 2 minutes.
3. You can take 3. 3.5.
Let me.
I like
to time myself. I'm still fighting against prolixity. Okay. Thank you. That's a very important question that has been raised, and it's been around for a while. It's sort of the balance sheet approach. The balance sheet approach to colonialism and slavery, which is nothing but sort of an updated version of the civilizing mission. So we have to make up a ledger. We can quantify the oppression and the enslavement and the colonization and the genocide against black and other peoples in the world. We can make up a balance sheet. We can put the credit on the one side and we can put the debit on the other. Certainly these things were bad, but there's always a conjunctive, the conjunctive but. But that's the price of progress. If you want to make omelets, you have to break eggs. Yeah. On the other side of the Atlantic, this sort of thing is sometimes referred to as the Columbian Exchange, named after the so-called discoverer. And so in that exchange, of course, Africa is depopulated. Not only is Africa depopulated, but fundamentally important, Africa is also de-skilled. For make no mistake about it, it was the most skilled people who were taken out of this continent and brought across the Atlantic. I believe someone made that point yesterday. It may have been Professor Agiman. And so what does Africa get in this deal now, this Columbian exchange deal? Well, Africans got cloth and liquor. But in the longer term, Africans got corn and cassava. These are, of course, great imports from the Americas. Come about as a consequence. I mean, what would you people down here in Southern Africa do without corn, after all? It is a staple of the diet. And certainly in West Africa, the cassava is a core crop for the hungry season especially, right? Cassava will grow anywhere. It doesn't matter how barren the crop, whether the rains come or not, the cassava is going to produce. You got cassava. Okay, colonialism. Which, of course, is on this continent is built on the foundations of enslavement of African peoples on the other side of the Atlantic. Colonialism. So it brought, of course, according to this balance sheet approach, it brought the plantation. That great instrument for the oppression of African peoples in the Americas. It brought the factory, and of course the plantation is nothing but a factory in the field. It brought the railroad, it brought the 3 R's. But we come back to the conjunctive but. Did the Europeans and others have to be enslaved, colonized, racialized, genocide, to get these things, to get modernity? Why is it that only Africans and others, and other lesser breeds without the law, so-called, who have to pay this terrible price? There's a name that has not come up, I think, as far as I'm aware, in this meeting so far. I'm running out of time, so let me shut up momentarily. The name is Walter Rodney, who wrote, and if you want an answer, and if you want an answer to this question that's been posed, colonialism is bad, but I would refer you to Walter Rodney's text. I do not know of a better text, published in 1972. 50 years ago today, 50 years ago this year, right? This is the 50th anniversary of this text. This text should be, I mentioned the syllabus of African thought previously. This text, I would put this text among the top 10 works that should be included in that syllabus. How Europe underdeveloped Africa. There's a great line from that text, and I'll finish with this. In dealing with this argument, Rodney made the point that colonialism was a bandit, but he noted that it was a one-armed bandit. There was nothing good about it. All of it was bad. It was a one-armed bandit. Thank you.
I'm not going to let our elder go before me this time. Yeah, because in Yoruba language we say Egunla Negbanyin Bale. In other words, it's the big masquerade that comes out last. So, you know, who am I? You see, let me take it from where you ended with Walter Rodney. Malam is what we call Femi, okay? We lived in the same set of apartments for many years. We knew each other as boys, you know, at the university. Incidentally, his first book is How Colonialism Preempted Modernity, which is it's an adaptation of Walter Rodney, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. And then he wrote Africa Must Be Modern, you know, the manifesto, which I proofread. And I said to him that you are on a very bad lane. It's like you are going, you know, it's like something was happening that didn't quite suit my temperament. And I made it clear to him, I made copious comments for improvement, which, you know, when we are debating, you will think we are quarreling. But we are not, we are friends. You know, even just as I got to South Africa, we still spoke. And then that book came out, Against Decolonization. The only way I could read it is that this is somebody who is so angry with the condition of the black folk and is trying to find a way of putting it in our face that we also have a responsibility for what is going on. But it doesn't take cognizance of epistemicide, which is what made us into what we are. We are roast breadfruit. Prof, you mentioned the coconut, okay? You are white inside, but you are black outside. That's what Frantz Fanon called black skin, white masks, okay? So when you look at, you know, what Femi was trying to do, he just got it wrong. And it's another form of Stockholm syndrome. You blaming the victim is double victimization of the victim. Okay? Joseph Inaugural, one of the historians of the Atlantic slavery, documented that at least 20 million people landed in the Americas from the shores of Africa, which means that of the 20 million that landed, of the 20 million, it means that at least 15 million would have perished in the Middle Passage. It's not an accident they call it the Middle Passage, because many people jumped just to escape that terrible condition where in the dungeon of the vessel in which they were kept, many people died. And many people killed themselves. Many people killed their own children in the New World, as they called it. It's New World to Europe. And I have mentioned yesterday that in the process of capturing that 20 million, another 20 million would have perished in the war, the internecine wars, okay, that occurred in the Gulf of Guinea. And those are just simple. The epistemicide, the deliberate destruction of the religion, the spirituality, the humanity of the people, which now makes you pray to somebody else's God to fight your war against that person whose God you are praying to. And you know that even in heaven there is the right hand of Abraham and the left hand. So the right hand must be better. So if there are people in heaven, the sons, the original sons must be on the right hand. Maybe if we are lucky, the blacks, we might be on the left. No, it's well, I don't want to join that group going to heaven to be drinking milk and honey and farting up the whole place for the angels to clean up. I don't want to make any angels my slaves. Okay? So, I'm just saying that I make it seem like it's a joke, but against decolonization is a very serious blight that we all need to take very seriously. He is saying that we need to have a curriculum. I mean, at Brooklyn College, where I was, a chair, I had this endowed chair there. They wanted me to come. But when I looked at it, I was the only black face, okay, in a faculty of about 25. When I first got there, I wasn't comfortable. And then my chair, very nice, wonderful human being, said, Tunde, we are going to give you some courses. If you get 5 students enrolled, okay, you will teach it. The second week, over 25 people had registered. And then he called me and said, what did you do? We have to put a cap. This is getting too much. You are making the whole university look bad. I said, I didn't do anything. Maybe people went to research who this so-called black guy is. And then they said I should do a seminar, okay? They put the seminar in the hall, in the student, building. And then they arranged the chair. You know how you arrange chairs to make it seem if 10 people came, that's a crowd. But 10 minutes before the lecture, the place was full. They were looking for chairs. By the time I started, it was standing room only. And then all of them who didn't know who this character was, they now started now inviting me to lunch, inviting me to dinner. And I made sure that if I eaten anything because I don't know what their goal was, I'm going to be careful. I'm just saying that, you see, and if you know Brooklyn College, it is called the Jewish campus in the CUNY system. It's right on Flatbush. The Jewish, area is there, and then Flatbush where the blacks are. And the blacks don't go to Brooklyn until recently. So I am just trying to show that the challenge we face is both from outside and also from within. The one from within is the most dangerous. Thank you.
Some palm wine.
You know how I joke about it? If there is heaven here and there is hell here, the Americans say we want to stay in the middle.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. This is an important issue. There's an anthropologist, I've forgotten his or her name. I used this text many years ago back at Berkeley. And he or she made the point that the greatest problem, the greatest destruction that was wrought on African people was not by way of economic exploitation, political subjugation. It was taking Africans out of their cultural milieu, taking them out of their traditions. From then on, he said, they were left to drift, not steer. You are operating in a world where you don't have your own map that is an outgrowth of your history, your past, the customs that have kept you alive. And this is something that is important because it tells us that in terms of structuring a curriculum, I've said this many times, the education system that took over, especially from colonial times coming, and we perpetuated it. The child comes out of it an adult, and he has not learned anything that is important. If it hasn't taken you out of the blight of mental distraction, then it hasn't given you anything. Walter Rodney talked about colonial miseducation for underdevelopment, and it has been so pervasive. We have a situation where, and I did previously when I addressed this issue with this important community, I said that it was important for the emphasis to be placed on our ancient history. We have to know who we have been from the first as the human pioneers and what we achieved, and we should not allow anybody to deflect us from establishing, compiling our own truths. That education starts from there in terms of grounding us in our identity. If people should know, no matter how deep they've fallen, they have to know who they are, where they came from. You have that right, and you start to teach students based on that information from primary school level. We need textbooks that addresses this, makes it fundamental from the first, all the way to the university level, making this history compulsory, mandatory. They should understand who we were before we fell and what colonialism has done to us and why we are in a situation we're in now, what we need to do to get up from the ground. It has to deal with these issues, who our historic adversaries are, and what we have to do to be able to ward them off going into the future. It is not education if it is about imbibing elements of cultures of other societies. The problem of people writing the terrible things they say about African people and, in a sense, calumniating our achievements is largely with Africans coming into the Western Hemisphere. We do have local people, African Americans, for instance. I mentioned Harvard because I went to war with Harvard over this. The guy who is in charge of the African American Studies program, what is his name? Gates. And a whole lot of others up here, and the guy who wrote the book, Declining Significance of Race. Yes, they take huge amounts of research money. These are the people they push their monies to. And these are the things they spew forth. The declining significance of race in the United States. Where have you been? Where have you been? We have people who are roped into jail at the age of 14, spent 35 years there for a crime they didn't commit. Mass incarceration, and then when Africans come over here, they are told how wonderful they are, how different, in a sense, how compliant, how childlike. You are not like these people. Oh, you're different. And they are flattered, and they set themselves up against African Americans. I mean, they do it with a vengeance. They give them names. They give them derogatory terms. They do. And they are still willing to throw themselves completely at the feet of white people, seeking their love or their flattery against the fellow black people. So that problem is immense. There's a guy who wrote mid-space. He had become very big in Boston at Harvard because they made him, in fact, chair of an important program up in my memory these days. And the guy is making statements about how police profiling was a myth. Everybody knows the scourge of police profiling Even I just stopped driving because of advancing it. But you are scared to death the moment you start driving out of your garage. You never know what you're going to encounter. And this guy is writing, he is there, they put him there. It's almost they dress them up like big monkeys. And they take them into the marketplace to dance. So I think a lot is to be done about the curriculum. I don't think one can emphasize too strongly the fact that what we have in place is not it. Right from the first go, what we should be teaching children should be dramatically, I mean, they start with, even when it comes to history, it is what do they teach? Largely what the Europeans have divined for us, Europeans in Africa, Arabs in Africa, not anything about ourselves. So I think it really starts from there. If we're going to change any of this dynamic. Otherwise, this will continue. There's a guy now at Stanford. They dragged him out from some African place. And I think he met somebody who decided to mentor him. And he feels flattered at the Hoover Institution for being there. And the things he's been writing about how we should all be marching and singing in praise of white people for the wonderful things they've done for us. When you read these things from people who are supposed to be thinkers, I mean, the people who are not African just look at us. They just look at us. I have to repeat, we were heavily stigmatized by the fact that we went along with our enslavement. We didn't break out. If the people who first came decided this is not going to do, as Native Americans did here, it's not going to happen. You can kill us, but we are not going to become your slaves. This wouldn't have continued for more than 3 years because they want to make money and they are not going. Everybody will say, well, why would I buy this guy when he's not going to work for me, when he wouldn't accept to be a chattel slave? But we went along. This is where the fundamental stigma of this race lies. If you want to understand the burden we bear as a people, the spiritual burden, what kind of people accept this? And how does it go on for 400 years so that we became known as a race of slaves across the whole globe? This is what we're battling. And the curriculum should reflect this. It really should. How do we combat this without drawing from the past, which was a real past? It's not a mythical one, of our accomplishments. So much of our efforts should be geared towards revamping, re-energizing, resourcing this history. We don't have archaeologists in the field. We've virtually abandoned the whole idea. We've met tremendous obstacles in the way. But if it is a matter of life and death, we should find a way to overcome it. Take charge of the work we do in Egypt. Well, look at Egypt. Look at Sudan now. A tiny minority of Arabs have been there, but everybody accepts the Sudan as an Arab country. And before our very eyes over the years, increasingly what happened in Egypt. For hundreds of years, everything turning, changing. Already the Islamization, Arabization regime is in place. Forcible Islamization, Arabization. And the miscegenation and the increasing turning, changing of, it happened there. It took a long time to turn Egypt to what it is now. But it has been happening in the Sudan, in Nubia. If you have such engines of hostility, of powerful hostility against you, you have to take your response mechanism as seriously. And frankly, we haven't done that. Since we are using the educational engine to tackle this problem, because that is the only place in the mind, it has to start from the first. Then some of the things have to be, that is writing textbooks, doing the research, establishing our truths, writing textbooks suitable for every level. It has to start from the beginning. African children of Egypt, of Nubia, of Ethiopia back then, you talk a lot about Christianity and you bring it up time again. You know that the first Christian church was in Ethiopia, hundreds of years before it came to Europe. You know how suddenly somebody got up, of course, alongside the rising engines of colonialism and imperialism. This guy paints, he called a family person, what is his name now? A guy from, I think he was from Chicago area. He puts this cousin there, he paints him, you are Christ. He paints this one, you are Joseph. He paints this one, something Stallman. He sold, at the time, colonialism was revving up its engine. And they took these photos. And suddenly the Europeans have a European Christ. And they are now coming to Christianize us. Within a short period of time, 500 million of these portraits of the head of Christ and of Mary and of Joseph and so on had been pushed because the colonialists, the soldiers came with the missionaries. And they were pasted all around the place. And Africans have them in their homes even now. I know about crusades that were waged, political ones in America, say that, but this person was not European. You shouldn't remove those things. See God as a spirit. Even if you don't believe that he wasn't European, that should not take them out. Marcus Garvey, why do I keep on going back to this guy? Because he thought. He was a thinker. Africans, for the most part, don't think. Let's face it. How come this young man, how come he could become such a thinker? He says it is an inferior race that worships an alien god. It is an inferior race that worships an alien god. We have to be aware that the battle is, what we face is enormous, but I think whatever is happening now, and what these people are saying, the people who write these retrograde things, I think the answer is the education process. They are miseducated. Deep down, they believe we are inferior. And deep down, therefore, they think that the salvation is always to worship at the feet of Europeans. Thank you.
Thank you so much, guests. Just for information, the book Against Decolonization by Olufemi Taiwo was published last year. You can check it up if it's of interest to you. Olufemi Taiwo is a professor at Cornell University, again, one of the Ivy League, private Ivy League universities. He's a chair there. And the Ugandan one, or the Zimbabwean guy I was talking about is Professor Simukai Chigudu. He's a professor at Oxford University. His article is, "Colonialism Had Never Really Ended, My Life in the Shadow of Cecil Rhodes." He mentions Cecil Rhodes like 2 times, and the rest of the article is about Robert Mugabe. It was published on the Guardian, which is a leading liberal UK newspaper, and it was one of the top reads for 2021. Just for the sake of information. I think I ought to have added this. VC, please permit me 1 minute. In considering whether we should understand this text as critique, useful critique, or pushback, I think the third part is mentioned by Prof. Ajiman here. Or is this individuals who are ingratiating themselves to their benefactors, to look good and get promoted, to be the nice monkey that's dressed up. Yeah, we don't know. I think it's up to us to consider, but I think it's important that we know these texts, because some of us will leave this convocation and might feel that it's only one side of this story that has been presented. So these texts are there. It's up to you to read them and maybe draw your own conclusions. I would just like to add to what Prof. Ajiman said, if I'm allowed, the emphasis on the curriculum. I believe that the curriculum of English, I believe fully in the need to raise a composite African language, as you say, promote indigenous languages as much as possible. But I believe with James Baldwin in 1965 and Chinua Achebe around the same time, that we can also use the existing English for our purposes. And the argument is to not imitate English, to try to use it to reproduce a so-called native speaker kind of English, although Prof. Marconi has already critiqued the idea of the native speaker, but to use that English to carry our African experiences. And this can be done through the promotion of African texts. Texts like those written by Ske Mpaklele, our indigenous writers who wrote in English because they do not immerse the student in the English culture. Rather, they relate the students to the African culture, even if they use English language. We can take a step further. My undergraduate degree, or my first degree which I did in Nigeria, we had a module called African Oral Literatures. We can introduce, and as I told my department, and I want to challenge Mr. Nelson Ratao, my colleague here, we can develop a program of introducing African oral literatures. We can translate Izibongi, Zulu prose poetry, into English. And then we can teach that to our students. We can teach clan names, the tradition of clan names, which is a praise, which is a system of reinforcing yourself, talking positive things about your family, about your lineage. Because we sit them in class and we do a lot of analysis of what Hamlet did to Macbeth, did to Julius Caesar. And it's so strange from their experience. So if people, we can actually come to class and ask a student, what are your praise names? Then we can analyze that because it's poetry, because it's literature. We can look at the imagery used. And there is no imagery in indigenous expressions that is put down imagery. The tradition of clan names, we also have them where I come from. And my father's clan name is an Orobo, what they call Uwara. It's a kind of tree. It's a tree that cannot be killed. It grows in the midst of a very dangerous and a very toxic tree. But if that toxic tree grows there, it's the only tree that survives. So when any representative of my father's family appears in a meeting, they call him the name. Then he says, yes, I'm the one who cannot be killed. So these are self-informing, praise names. And that's why I talked about this idea of not valorizing. Why not? I think we should valorize ourselves. And we can use all the disciplines, not just history, but literature. And many of us do not know literature is heavily complicit in the entrenchment of these ideas among black people. Heavily. The negative role that literature has played is grossly underestimated. And it's time we woke up to it and we looked at. Thank you very, very much for allowing my rant. It wasn't part of the program. But I'm very delighted, colleagues, to say that we are now moving to the last session of the conference. Let's put our hands together for ourselves one more time. And I have pleasure at this moment to invite the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Institutional Support. You know, we who are called program directors, we have to say something. So even though I know you know what I want to say, I still have to say it. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let's invite Professor Siepe to lead us in the final session, reflections, propositions, and resolutions. Yeah, please clap nicely for him, please. Thank you.
Professor Ajiman, this is not a proper thing for people to do, to clap hands before you speak. because they create a pressure and exaggerated expectation. And as I approach this, I'm wondering whether I'll come out of this place alive, whether they're not going to be throwing stones at me for not rising to the challenge. The question that the program director asked has been responded so eloquently. And in a sense, it reminded me of a number of things. And one of them is that those who control the narrative control the future. And Africans have been absent in controlling the narrative. And our attention and our focus is to disrupt our absence in the creation and articulation of the narrative. The second thing that emerged from listening to the colleagues is the idea that has long been elaborated by people like Paul Freire about the need to make the pedagogical more political and the political more pedagogical. But it boils down to, ladies and gentlemen, to changing the terrain of engagement and the terms of engagement. And I'll illustrate that with a simple example that in nature, when an eagle fights with a snake, what it does, it picks it up into the sky and changes the battleground. It changes the terrain of engagement. Because it knows that up there, the snake has no stamina, it has no power, it has no balance in the air. So our engagement, again, should be that we should not allow other people to determine the terms and the terrain of engagement. With that, I would like to come down to the assignment that the Vice Chancellor, Professor Mtose, has given me. I'm also doing this hoping that I might get a raise. When we started this conference, we promised that this conference will turn into a festival of ideas and an intellectual and musical extravaganza. And I must say, we've done good. We've been fortunate to have in our presence eminent scholars who have been in this game for a long time. Professor Opoku Ajimen, all the way from Atlanta. Professor Bewaji, a citizen of the world, who I don't know whether he's Nigerian or Jamaican, given how long he's been there. What I'm told is all of the above. And Professor West from Pennsylvania State University, and his comrade in arms, Professor Sinfrey Makoni, who describes himself as an itinerant intellectual, and he is more of a migrant of note. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion with your presence. We've had the benefit also of having the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Technology to deliver a keynote address at this conference. As if that was not enough, we had the cherry on top when the Director General of Higher Education, Dr. Sishi, came and ensured that he is not left behind in this wonderful and promising project. Of course, a special word goes to the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the University, Professor Mtose, and her executive, the DVCs, the support of the deans and heads of department is immeasurable. It is at this level, as our colleagues have indicated, that the struggle will be fought and won. We are under no illusion about the challenge that is facing us. Professor Agyemang, I can promise you that this is not the end, nor the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning. But I thought it would be important, as my colleagues have also done, so that we can understand the task, the historic task on our shoulders, that we must historicize our engagement. Many years ago, Professor Makoni and I and Professor Pra were engaged. When I say many years ago, I'm talking about 24 years ago. Some may not have been in high school who are young. And we came out with a book called Between Distinction and Extinction. In a sense, this project is about distinction, whether we'll achieve that as African people or whether the notion of African will be extinct. When I said that we should historicize that, I can do no better than to invoke the image of Nelson Mandela. When Nelson Mandela appeared in the now infamous Rivonia trial, he used the occasion to explain and justify his role in the struggle for liberation. And he started by indicating that as a young person, he used to listen to the elders speak, and they talked about the heroes and heroines of struggle. And as he listened, he wished that life would be so kind that he could be part of that struggle. And then when he ends, he says, during my lifetime, I have dedicated myself to this struggle of African people. I have fought against white domination, I fought against black domination. I've cherished the ideal of a democratic and free society in which all persons live together in harmony with equal opportunities. It is an ideal which I hope to live for and to achieve, but if needs be, it is an ideal for which I'm prepared to die. Those were very profound words, but they all started with the narrative, the curriculum that you got as a child. And we are called upon today not to die, not to go to jail, but to use the advantages, the gift of freedom, or freedom that has been given to us, to make sure that we participate in that struggle. And later in his life, he were to say, I have walked that long road to freedom. I've tried not to falter. I've made missteps along the way, but I have discovered the secret that after climbing a great hill, one only finds that there are more hills to climb. I've taken a moment here to rest, to steal a view of the glorious vista that surrounds me, to look back on the distance I have come. But I can only rest for a moment, for which with freedom comes responsibilities. And I dare not linger, for my long walk is not ended, unquote. That long walk has not ended. And we must see this as participating in that glorious struggle, the very struggle that Professor Agyemang talks about, that as Africans, we've been in a long, deep sleep. Actually, in that sleep, I don't know if we were sleeping because it was years and years of a nightmare. So, Vice Chancellor, I cannot overemphasize that we find ourselves in a moment where history has imposed the task of taking the struggle forward, and we dare not fail. Our posture is to ensure that every site we occupy is a thread of struggle whose aim is to advance the aspirations of African people wherever they are. Our construct of the North and South is to understand, as Professor Ajimin had indicated, that these are not geographical constructs. In his words, North is used as a shorthand description for the world's rich, industrialized, former colonial powers of Western Europe, plus the United States, Canada, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand. And the South is a shorthand for the world's recently colonized, less developed, or developing countries. The poorest countries of the globe, located for the most part in the Indian subcontinent, Sub-Saharan Africa, and the Caribbean region. And our posture is not to embark on a study and a research for their own sake, but we have to approach our task with a sense of ensuring that our studies are liberatory and emancipatory. As the minister said yesterday, or day before yesterday, that he subscribed to the view, President Ndlovu, this will be more your own territory, that philosophers like yourself have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. And I'm pleased that Professor Ndlovu is on that mission as we are, to make sure that we change that which was meant to be an institution that continues to subjugate African people. And you are very correct to say, for us, historical consciousness and a clear understanding of African identities must be foregrounded and must foreground any intellectual project on African thought. It must not be, as you say, ahistorical or parochial. The most important thing is also to understand that, let me try to refer this to Ngugi. Writing in Writers in Politics, Ngugi makes a very telling point. He says, in both struggle and against slavery and colonialism, the role of the intellect, of the mind, of the idea, a caring idea, a committed idea, ideas that capture the essence of a historical moment, was important, often a decisive ingredient. We can never underestimate the role that the intellect had played. And in the submissions, there were people mentioned. I'll add one, Frederick Douglass, in addition to the Marcus Garvey, Edward Blyden, who articulated the vision of liberation. Now, when we come to the university, we've been very clear, and I'm pleased that all the speakers understood the depth and the profundity of what we put as a statement, that we want to transform UniZulu into an authentic African university where epistemologists of the Global South and indigenous African knowledge are privileged. But we went further, understanding our history, that we want to see ourselves contributing to the broader struggle for the total emancipation of African people. And in doing so, we're taking bold, deliberate, calculated steps to renegotiate and recontract with our local, provincial, national, continental, and the planetary publics through a paradigm shift from the alienating colonial model. As a place of thought and a place of intellectual engagement, we had an opportunity to talk about what it means to be African in our time. The notion of identity making. Some talk about construction and deconstruction. What would the center entail? And also in the last, we tried to look at how to practicalize the idea beyond simply proclamation. And of course, we are aware that this would be, as the VC says, a way of becoming. It is not something static. But we know full well that we cannot do this without locating ourselves in the history of our people, because we know full well that those who control history also control imagination. And big words were said, but I see those as suggestive of some of the issues we must deal with. The example that was used by the program director brought in the concept of epistemic justice versus epistemic revolution, brought in the discussion around critique and the danger of allowing yourself to be locked down in the internal critique of other people, and the idea of the African-centered approach. And not that it's about creating an iron wall, but it is all about ensuring that whatever we take, because there is, people talk about the creolization and the porous nature of being, that we need to make sure that those ultimately go through a particular sieve, in the sense that the objective of struggle for emancipation is not diluted. And we are fully aware that this is quite an ambitious goal, and it will involve many players. It is for that reason that we are pleased that the Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation and the Director General have also given us a line of march in a way of giving support to this process. I just want to reiterate just a few issues that the minister raised, which in a way speaks to the submissions that were made. First, he says, the process of reclamation, restoration, and promotion of a radically alternative worldview requires systemic and planned strategy of capacity building. Vice Chancellor, this falls on your shoulders. We're talking about changing the curriculum, but that curriculum cannot be changed by people who themselves may have been victims of a different curriculum. So we have to go through what Professor Ntombela said, that this was, for her, a cleansing ceremony. We need to ask ourselves whether we've been cleaned enough or whether we need further cleansing. That's why I said this is not the end, nor the beginning of the end, but perhaps the end of the beginning. Secondly, the minister said, our attempts will require us to locate this initiative within the wider network of universities, both in South Africa and progressive locations in the Global South, something that we've already said we will do. That is making sure that our Pan-Africanism must be linked to a broader progressive internationalism. It is for that reason that we brought these eminent scholars who understand that our response to racism, to colonization, will have to be planetary. Thirdly, the minister indicated that, yes, we must anticipate what Program Director Dr. Akume was trying to provoke us into, but simply to say there will be contestation and disruptions by those who represent the dominant paradigms. But like I said, we must make sure all the time we set the terms of engagement and we determine the terrain of that engagement. And lastly, the minister pointed out that we need to link the knowledge production project to the struggles of local communities for social, economic, and political emancipation. The task of constructing and promoting Pan-African knowledge system is not merely a scholarly and intellectual process. If it is to find a true potential, it must be engaged. It must be an engaged Pan-Africanism in which your work must be infused within the wider struggles and social consciousness raising. I had a privilege of speaking to Professor Ndlovu in between the sessions. And he was given an assignment to try to summarize some of these issues. Of course, the assignment was supposed to come back to me, but I realized that when he took the stage, he presented the assignment to you. So I will not go to what he said. Now, as we move, I'm coming down, I'm left with 1 minute. The VC says I should say finally, so that I can imprison myself to the finally part. Yeah. Well, some of the immediate tasks that Professor Masocha, the team, the Vice have put, and the colleagues here have somehow emphasized those. I'll just mention them without going into them. The first one is decolonization, Africanization of language. Professor Nomlomo, you were referring to what Professor Sinfi Makoni had said. Decolonization of the canons, decolonization of the curricula and pedagogy, and the decolonization of institutional culture and systems, depatriation of knowledge, power, and culture, decolonizing of research methodology. And before I leave, I should actually also thank both Doreen and Savi for having accompanied our great scholars. And the Vice-Chancellor, all I can say in South African terms is that a luta continua. And in the struggle and in any revolution, Professor West will also say he agrees with Said when he said there's been no revolution in modern history without intellectuals. Conversely, there's been no major counter-revolutionary movement without intellectuals. Intellectuals have been fathers and mothers of movements, and of course, sons and daughters, even nephews and nieces. And I hope in this room we have people who are going to commit themselves to what Professor Masocha calls reconnecting and reconstructing with our communities. I hope I will walk out of this without people throwing anything dangerous to me. Vice Chancellor, thank you very much for your leadership.
Okay. I have invited myself to say 1 or 2 words. Having welcomed my colleagues and my brothers and sisters from abroad, and my family, which is this congregation of UniZulu, having gathered here for 2.5 days, I cannot be silent. My baby that is moving rigorously at this hour would not, not in a hurry, would not enjoy the landing if I'm quiet. This morning I woke up and first thing I come to this hall to continue my work and listening. Professor Ndlovu comes to me and said, Prof, you have not revealed who the father is. And I said to him, I'll come back with the answer. I was trying to search my heart and reflect really as to what. Firstly, last night I promised that I'm thinking of the name. And now it's complicated by Professor Ndlovu now going further and say, who's the father? And then I went back to the African wisdom as a girl that grew up in a village. And I was reminded this also by this was confirmed by Professor Masocha, because I went back to Professor Ndlovu. I said, Professor Ndlovu, the answer is now. You want the father of the child? This is the child of my village. My village is University of Zululand, advancing African thought. That is the father. So if you want to name the child, you name the child after the father, because this is the firstborn of UniZulu. So those that are still worried about my labor pains and all those things, I'm okay. I'm fine, I'm just doing well. So don't worry, the child has been born. You didn't see, landed when Siepe stood up. In a way, he was delivering the baby to us. All that is left at this moment is for us to be, all of us, to be like you were there in that labor ward and catch this baby. This is not mine. I'm giving it back to you as the community and the village of University of Zululand. What will take or happen from today onwards is not my responsibility, it is your responsibility. Mine was to conceive and give birth, which is what I wanted to declare before the meeting is closed, that the baby has been born. The father is the village of UniZulu. And the name of the child and who's going to nurture this child is you, as the village people of this village of University of Zululand. So with those words, I really want to thank you for loving me, caring about me, and taking me to a place, a maternity ward, where we can say, our baby's born. Having said that, I really want to emphasize the wisdom and the words that have come from the speakers here. Words of encouragement. Because of the big words that have been used, I could have been left paralyzed, but I felt encouraged to say, yes, we can do it. And I believe in you, and I believe in me, and all of us as this village. We're going to make it happen. I want to say to my brothers and sisters that are here, they've come to join us to say, we want to give you one promise, that we will not fail. Nobody shook us up from the deep sleep that we were in for so many years. We did it to ourselves. So this is going to be the conscious and the consciousness that keeps us going as the university, as we nurture the young people of our country, as we nurture the students at the University of Zululand. This is the lens that we will be using to say we've got a responsibility. And that responsibility has been born. I leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chancellor. And VC, DVCs, executive directors, members of the Management Council of the University of Zululand, deans, HODs, colleagues, guest speakers, and their partners who joined them here, and all of those who have joined us and who may still be with us on YouTube. I checked on Thursday evening, there were over 240 views. So it's not just the 60 or so of us who are here. It's been a real pleasure to be part of this in this capacity. I will now call upon the Registrar of the University of Zululand, who will, should I VC say he's acting? And I think it's also a good thing to recognize the chairperson of council in absentia, Ms. Naluta. And did I say it wrong?
Almost right, don't worry.
Kaluza. Yeah, that one is simple, VC. I know the ones that are hard. We'll invite our registrar, Mr. Mothilal, to give us the vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Sure, finally I get my moment in alignment. I was waiting for 2.5 days. No, but seriously, I am so humbled to be standing here before you and standing amongst such giants. You know, when the Vice Chancellor said to me that you need to step figuratively into the shoes of the Chair of Council and observe protocol and do this vote of thanks. And I'm just thinking to myself, what am I going to say? It's not so much what am I going to say. How am I going to say it with such eloquence as our previous speakers have? I'm cognizant of the time, and so I just wish to say as follows. I am humbled to share this space with such esteemed intellectuals. So much has been said in the past 2.5 days. I am left with no words that can muster a higher sense of appreciation. So I shall be brief as possible. But at the outset, I wish to apologize in advance to all those who I may not mention by name. This is not deliberate, I assure you. It is purely unintentional. But nevertheless, your contribution is acknowledged with thanks and appreciation. To Dr. Bladen Zimande, Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, for endorsing this conference with the credence it deserves. Indeed, when a minister takes the time off to attend your launch with such an impactful keynote, you take solace that your institution is on the right trajectory. To Dr. Sishi, the Director General from DHET, for validating UniZulu as a giant amongst the popular ranked institutions, and for readily lending a supportive ear. This vision will not be possible without the support from DHET. Special thank you to the Chair of Council, Ms. Kaluza, and to Council members present and online for sharing in the Vision 2027 strategy and for supporting management in taking the university from strength to strength. This is an institution that our contemporaries aspire to. And I must mention our deep sense of appreciation for our Vice Chancellor, Professor Mtose, for her vision and strategic leadership. How do I do justice and appreciate a world-class leader with words that have not yet been spoken? There are no words left to say, Vice Chancellor. Simply to say, you're awesome. Thank you for conceiving this vision, for nurturing this thought, and for raising an institution that is the envy of many. And without exhausting the pun, a legacy is born. You are a legend. Thank you, VC. On behalf of the Chair of Council and the Vice Chancellor, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers and their colleagues and partners for gracing this conference with your important work and sharing your views and findings with us. A special thanks goes out to Professor West from the Pennsylvania State University, Professor Marconi from the Pennsylvania State University, Professor Bewaji from the Patterson Institute for Africa, Caribbean Advocacy, Professor Pra, who unfortunately couldn't join us, for the Center for Advanced Studies, Professor Zondi from the University of Johannesburg, Professor Siepe, our DVC, Institutional Support, Professor Nomlomo, our DVC Teaching and Learning, Professor Masocha, the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor Khreiling, our Dean of the Faculty of Commerce, Administration and Law, Professor Ntombela, our Dean of the Faculty of Education, Professor Mdlovu from the Department of Anthropology, and the charismatic Program Director, Dr. Akpome, for your intellectually stimulating thoughts and light-hearted banter. And thank you to the members of the executive management. And my apologies, and Professor Adjuman, my apologies, the greatest thank you to you too. I am as blind as a bat because it's in my notes and I don't know how I skipped that. My deepest apology for that. Thank you so much, Professor Adjuman. And for your, and I have to say personally, thought-provoking but from the heart orations that I know carries much more value to me as an individual than a scripted speech. And I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Special thank you then to the members of our executive management for being the Vice Chancellor's soldiers. The Vice Chancellor said she will continue to fight. VC, you have an army behind you. Ms. Nhleko for managing the logistics of this conference, all academic and support staff, the UniZulu band, hotel management, for ensuring that the launch of this inaugural conference on African thought is an overwhelming success. So as you take the seeds of thought implanted in you, let it be known that you are now firmly rooted to UniZulu. That's the node of African thought. Go well, Hamagashle.
I now declare we cannot live without the national anthem after what has happened in this house. So you please sit down so that I can now say I declare this conference officially closed. We now move ahead with singing of the national anthem. We close. This was a super event.
Lunch is served. Lunch is served except you are in so much of a hurry.